regard for Parliament. They go around ridiculing it, that we must provide private chefs, we must provide a house, not a hotel, you must do this and that. It's like you're preparing a trip to Epstein Island. It can be that there is no difference between a person who's preparing a trip to Epstein Island to a person who's going to appear in Parliament on serious allegations made against them, and they want to be treated like the special ones. And that's exactly what Honorable Skosana and Mateis are talking about. The problem of white privilege. And you can see it on some of the inputs that are being made here. Mkhwanazi is going to be a beneficiary of a white privilege. That if we give to Paul O'Sullivan, but they're not necessarily speaking for Paul O'Sullivan, they're not speaking for Mkhwanazi, they're speaking for Paul O'Sullivan. And they've always been like that. Where their own has to appear on wrongdoing, they will try everything in their power to protect that individual, just because of the color of their skin. It's as simple as that. We cannot have this guy perpetually trying to undermine everybody. One of the allegations is that this guy has got no regard for anyone. And if you are going to treat him the way you want to treat him, you'll be confirming that we are part of the people that are actually dancing to his tune. I cannot just wake up. Security doesn't work like that. And General Stabani must speak to that. The security doesn't work like that. You don't just wake up in the morning and say, there is a security threat on me, without demonstrating anything that suggests that there is indeed a security threat on you. If there is a security threat on them, they are police, well-trained police who are looking after everyone who's got security concerns, that I received this SMS, I did this, I did that. Today, this speaker wants to tell us about the security of Paul O'Sullivan and Brown Mkhwanazi, who in a way also implicate her party, but never did anything to the protection of members of Parliament who have been threatened by Paul O'Sullivan. Never. No statement condemning him for his conduct. Today, we must take into consideration that he's got security threat. He never said, this is the kind of security threat I've got. Which means, Chair, you're going to create a precedence that anyone who doesn't want to come before you simply has to say, I've got security concern, I don't eat hotel food, I also have a problem of wearing shoes because I'm always in slides, and Parliament will require me to wear shoes, and then you must hire a private chef for me. If you do that for Mkhwanazi, you're going to have to do that for everyone. So that will be unfair even to the people who came before us, before. Ordinary members of communities coming to speak about senior police officers, generals of the police. If you provided them with security, you probably did when they landed at the airport to Parliament, from Parliament to airport. And that's it. When they land in Gauteng, they are going to be received by those thugs that they were talking about. And nothing is being considered about those ordinary members of the public. But we have to have a headache about a man who has been controlling SAPS for a very long time. About a man who calls himself an agent without anyone in crime intelligence or SSA confirming that this thing is an agent. So meaning a fool can just stand up and say, I'm an agent, I'm an operative, and we have no method to even verify if this clown is an agent for real or is being clownish. We must never allow to be treated like that. We shouldn't allow to be treated like that. Anyone, there are no exceptional circumstances that have been produced. The legal team of Parliament is in cahoots with these people. That's why he can't say anything. He can't reason as to what is the way forward. Because all we needed to do is to say to Mkhwanazi, to say to this white guy, look, Chief, we have security for witnesses that come to present their evidence there in Parliament. Mkhwanazi is in the village there. It's in the village in Northwest. What security is he talking about? Because the attack will only happen when he is in Parliament. Why is it not happening at his home? Now we're being told informal correspondences that Mkhwanazi was once attacked. When there was a strong evidence that Mkhwanazi attacked himself, he stopped a car and started shooting it. Come on, man, we have to be serious. The speaker has to give us concurrence that we need to summon these people, because the speaker can't say she can't concur with us without producing anything from those people that makes her to have a doubt that perhaps there's something here to be looked into. There's nothing they gave her. Nothing. And this we have asked the speaker to do almost a month ago. It hasn't been done. The reluctance to summon Paul O'Sullivan and Brown Mkhwanazi, who's a beneficiary by accident of Paul O'Sullivan, really raises serious suspicions that we're dealing with something bigger than we think we're dealing with here. The protection of Paul O'Sullivan is continuing not outside Parliament. Now it's happening in Parliament. And you must know that if we succumb to this man's demands, he is going to come out of this process more emboldened and continue to threaten everyone who spoke against him. And we are not scared of him. We speak against him. We require no extra security from police, nothing. Because we're not going to be intimidated by this chap. And Parliament cannot succumb to being intimidated by this chap. Where is the security report that confirms this guy has got security threats? When the speaker refused to give us concurrence, what is she using? She's using Mkhwanazi's utterances. Backed by what? By which security documents or report that suggests Mkhwanazi's allegations are indeed have got some prima facie evidence, that Paul O'Sullivan somehow has got prima facie evidence. This is pure collaboration with people who have captured the state security, who have captured our judiciary, who have captured prosecuting authority, and we want to put them there and hold them accountable. You saw how Paul O'Sullivan treated Sakina. You dare follow that procedure that says that the DA says we must follow. We are going to be humiliated the same way that female senior journalist of the SABC was humiliated by Paul O'Sullivan. I don't agree with the DA, and I really appeal to members of this committee to completely reject this privilege that is being proposed by the DA and the Speaker. Thanks.
Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Just on the back of President of Honorable Malema, can we also just get an explanation from the Speaker's office exactly why she's only responding to us on the 30th of January, which Honorable Malema has raised? And we, back in October, November, said we wanted this thing summoned. So how is it that it takes so long? And we must get an explanation exactly why it has taken so long. Did we have to go on media and call her out for her to respond to that? And yeah, Chair, can we have that, and can we get a response from her in writing on why it's taken her this long to respond on Paul O'Sullivan? Thank you.
Honorable Sauls.
Chairperson, with regard to the additional witnesses that's proposed, we have no problem. With regard to Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, we maintain that the demand is disrespectful and unreasonable. He cannot demand that we pay for his private security. If he needs security, he should be satisfied with the security that Parliament provides. I mean, we stand with the position like we've done with all witnesses. This committee prioritizes the safety of all witnesses, but we do so by providing our own security measures. And Mr. Mkhwanazi is unreasonable not to accept ours and want us to pay for private security. So we must never entertain his unreasonable request. We must not do so. With regards to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, this issue long time ago, I think, in this committee has moved from a patriotic request to all witnesses, especially to Mr. O'Sullivan. It's no longer a request, it's now a legal mandate. Mr. O'Sullivan must appear physically. And it's not to prove a point, but it's simply to get the most out of his testimony. So the real question that we must ask here with regard to Mr. O'Sullivan, emotions aside, it should be, is him testifying virtually or being cross-examined virtually in the interest of justice? The answer is no. It's not in the interest of justice. Apart from possible connection issues. But if we're really honest about it, Mr. O'Sullivan will be indirectly chairing his own appearance. If he decides he doesn't like what the chair is saying or the questions that he's being asked, or he takes issues with a particular party, all he can do to leave the meeting is just press the button. And we have proof that that's how Mr. O'Sullivan behaves. So that's a huge possibility. So I agree that SAPS should obviously verify these claims of threats that he's making, that his life is threatened. SAPS should verify that. However, our position is that it is unreasonable for him, and if he points to our terms of reference when it comes to virtual meetings, that was a discretionary item. How do we know this? Because of our consistent behavior with how we treat witnesses in terms of their testimony. Here we have public submissions. Parliament is bringing these public witnesses. Why? Because we want them to appear physically in the interest of justice. So if you want to know what position the committee takes, look at our consistent behavior. We have consistently done physical appearances. Virtual is the exception to the rule, so there must be real exceptions, extraordinary exceptions. And I don't think Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's situation qualifies for that. I conclude, Chair, by wanting to be very clear. We reject the proposal of the DA. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, in the interest of justice, and Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi must attend physically. They must be legally mandated to do so. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me say that with regards to the program, we don't have a problem, and it's agreed. With regards to the two witnesses in particular, I think firstly the consideration should be: do we want to interrogate, especially Mr. O'Sullivan, before our deadline of the 20th of February? If the answer is yes, we should carefully think about this. It is frustrating, and there is a deliberate attempt by Mr. O'Sullivan. There's no doubt about that. But if he is overseas, leave the security concerns, but focus on the fact that he's overseas. And if it is not so that he's already back, if he is still overseas, then we are not going to succeed with a summons, because he's going to litigate against that, is most probably going to be successful because being overseas can qualify as an exceptional circumstances, as the Honourable Souls now pointed out with regards to our terms of reference. And a court will ask, why is it not so that someone that is very far away can't travel back, will have to travel back on his own cost to get into the country, do not qualify as exceptional circumstances, whilst your terms of reference do allow for virtual appearances under such exceptional circumstances. So the majority of members are of opinion that we should push forward. I understand it from a point of view to say that someone should not undermine Parliament as he has been doing and say the things that he has been doing, and it has nothing to do with skin color, Chairperson. But it does have to do with a certain posture, which I also do not agree with. And at the end of the day, if we summons, we should accept the fact that he's not going to appear before the 20th of February. We are not going to include him in our report. We should accept that fact today. We can summons him, and it might serve an academic purpose and prove a point. But there's going to be litigation, and we're going to spend taxpayers' money on that litigation. But if we really want to include the interrogation of him in our report, then we should reconsider this. But it is very clear that the majority of members have already made up their minds in terms of this. I agree also with regards to Mr. Mkhwanazi that the security concerns cannot just by itself be an excuse to not appear, and the demands that he made is not reasonable, and there should be further engagement. Let's try to get him before the committee as soon as possible, and let's also try to avoid litigation on this matter that's going to take us far beyond the 20th of February deadline in his with regards to him as well. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James. Okay, can we take General Stabane to explain what are the security measures that Parliament has in place to cover for the issues that have been raised by the two witnesses respectively?
Sorry,
Good day,
Chair.
Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sorry, Chair. I'm so sorry, Chair. I apologize, General. Sorry, Chair, this is an open meeting. Are you sure you want to discuss the security arrangements for the witnesses here, or rather that is part of the information that is put together in your response to the Speaker indicating that sufficient security measures are made? Just a question, Chair. I'm sorry for interrupting once again.
Yeah, my understanding is that a matter like this one, we are not discussing it for the first time in the committee. And General Stabane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, I think I would agree with the Honorable Sangweni in terms of that this is an open meeting. So issues of security would not discuss, but it suffices to say
in the previous meeting had
yeah.
what I will want.
Honorable Chair, I think I've lost, I'm not sure whether it's on my side, but I seem to have lost the chair.
Yeah, what I was saying, General Stabane, is that you can indicate if Parliament has elaborated security measures in place to cover the concerns that have been raised by those witnesses.
No, thank you, Chair. Indeed, we do have measures that would have put, but unfortunately, as you said, Chair and Honorable Sangweni, that we cannot discuss in an open platform. But safe to say that there are measures. Surely we can all agree with honorable members and Chair that since we've started, we have made sure, and indeed, what should also be understood is that all the measures, remember, we are not doing only as Parliament. We have organs of state. We work closely with the security cluster, whether it's the police, the state security, and other, whether it's the city. So all those arrangements would have been taken care. And we're in constant consultation also, where we see that there is an issue, would be able to take it also with the person concerned, any witness that would be coming, so that then we deal with those, individual, requests or concerns that would have been raised, and then we're able to address accordingly. So we're quite comfortable, and we can confirm that in terms of our security measures, everything has been taken care of. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. So, General Thabane, you are saying that the matters that the Speaker have raised in the letter that has been addressed to the committee, and suggesting that the committee must pay attention to those queries that have been raised by both Mr. O'Sullivan and Mr. Mkhwanazi. The committee can then respond to those measures and explain to them the security measures that Parliament has in place, and that their security concerns are attended to in as far as the committee and Parliament are concerned. Is that a proper understanding
Yes,
of your experience?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I think we would be able also to engage with the legal and also the office of the Speaker, because of course there are communications that would have happened between the office of the Speaker as well as the Secretary to Parliament, which subsequently there would be things that would have been directed to deal with. But as I say, we're not at liberty to disclose, those, but we're quite comfortable, and we can assure that all the measures that needed to be taken care for each and every witness that appears before the Ad Hoc Committee would have been taken care of.
Thank you so much, honorable members. This concludes our discussions on these items. Number one is that the decision of the committee stands that the two witnesses have to be subpoenaed. It's a long-standing decision. Number two, that in line with the advice of the Speaker, before the process of subpoena is enforced, the legal team of Parliament will respond to those concerns that have been raised by those honorable members, those witnesses, and then they will be informed about the security arrangements that are in place to cater for their concerns. And General Thabane, every aspect, we should have those responses going out by the end of business today, Mr. Tejana, so that if there is any further action that has to be taken from here, the legal team of Parliament, together with the security services, should know exactly what action should ensue once these letters are sent out. Whatever response we get from them, whether positive or negative response, I think the legal team can always advise the committee on what course of action should be taken. But what is paramount is that those witnesses must appear physically before the committee. Honorable Sauls, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. No, I just wanted to express my disagreement with Honorable Vessels with regard to exceptional circumstances. Being on holiday in London or Ireland does not qualify as exceptional circumstances. Maybe the threats that he's alluding to, but the jury is still out on that. SEPS has to verify those threats. But just being away out of the country in terms of the Powers and Privileges Act, when the subpoena is given, it's not a social invitation. It's a legal mandate to come and appear. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Chair.
You are right, Honorable Sauls, the point is taken. That can never be used to justify exceptional circumstances. Thank you so much. Bonani, can we move to the next items? If we can please fly the agenda again. Mr. Ramano, have you heard me? Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to request Honorable Sauls and Honorable Malema to come in that sequence, presenting those two items. Honorable Sauls, may we start with you?
Yes, Chair. I must also.
Remember, you don't do the presentation, you just present those reasons. If the applicants would have stated reasons why they think, what could have impeded them from submitting the applications before the 31st of October.
Yes, I just had to find those emails because they've sent it to Bonani as well. But I found them and I just sent it to the group now, Chair. So I don't know if you want me to read it or just, I'm not sure what you would want me to do, but it's now on the group. I had to go find it amongst the many emails,
Yeah.
but it was sent to the secretariat as well.
Okay. No, it's fine. You can present those reasons which they advance.
I suppose I should then read the emails.
Yeah, either way, Honorable Member, I think it's okay. Let's do justice to the item.
All right, Chair. Thank you so much. So this one, the first one is from Ms. Dimi Rapoto. She says, "Good morning, Ashley. Thanks for the call. And the reason we did not make an application for the Ad Hoc Committee is because we did not know that platform existed. This is the link to the emails and screen munches of correspondence to various political parties and national broadcasters that myself and Precious Teboho Paulina Ramaju approached in an effort to seek help. On the 6th of July 2025, whilst in hiding, I saw Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi's press conference and told since then we started pursuing friends and doing research to reach out to him. Later then, there was the Nhlanhla Commission and Ad Hoc Committee sessions which encouraged us to continue seeking help. Neither our IO, detective or broadcasters or contacts who were trying to help made us aware of the platform. made us aware of the platform, and then there is a Google Drive link, Chair, where I suppose the screen munches and all of that is on, but that's where that email ends. So that was the reason from them. And then there is Sergeant Sergeant Lotswa. He says, I was late for submission because I was dealing with my mental health issues. I will attach medical certificate from a Keso at Nelspruit issued by Dr. Motibi. At first, I didn't anticipate that my name will be mentioned during the proceeding, but Mr. Vusi Musi Nhlanhla mentioned the matter involving me. It's after those proceedings that I consulted with my lawyer and decided to make a submission. I was afraid at first to make a submission since I was not ready mentally. I was fearing for my life since the KZN Hawks were telling us that they can release us, and booked an Inkabi, open brackets, hitman, close brackets, from inside prison and provide it with firearm and police escort to kill us. I was scared because I'm also a complainant and a key witness in the case against General Mkhwanazi. So I had to consider all those factors before I made the submission on the 8th of January 2026. On the 8th of January 2026, I called Fuani Romano on his cell phone, and then he lists the cell phone number. He didn't answer, and later he came back to me. He declined my request for late submission without trying to understand why. I was also illegally renditioned into the country on the 28th of November 2024 without following due processes after my arrest by Interpol and handed over to KZN tracing team Sergeant Ndlovu. Then the email ends there, and then there's attachments of the medical notes, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's move to the next item, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think General Vuma wrote to you, and I see in one of the correspondences you say, why didn't she meet a deadline as a member of the public? It should be made very clear that General Vuma is not a member of the public. She's a Deputy National Commissioner, and therefore should have been accorded that status we gave to all of those people who came before us. She makes very serious allegations of unlawful suspension, procurement corruption, political interference by former Minister Begitele in procurement matters, investigations into senior officials, threats and intimidation, refusal to approve unlawful payments, ongoing investigations and all of that. So she wants to expose a lot of rot that was happening, because earlier on I said to you, she actually was, at some point, the procurement was reporting to her. And if you go through her document, there are areas where the minister will directly interface with her and force that certain companies which were not qualified were supposed to be awarded work there and so on and so forth. So I understand we want to finish early, but we can't ignore a senior Lieutenant General of the police who comes and says, I've been trying to reach out and then I'm told I'm a member of the public. I'm not a member of public. I'm suspended general, but I'm still drawing my salary from SAPS and I've got a lot of information. And it will be more interesting that she wants to share more also on PPEs. We may, other members may be troubled by that the program is closed. We must not bring more people because now we're going to deal with PPEs and how they were instructed to give certain people who are politically connected, who are leaders and members of parliament, PPE contracts, even when their companies were not qualified. So this is not coming from an ordinary person. It comes from a person who wrote to the president and other state organs to say there is something wrong happening here. And when we expose it, we are being subjected to intimidation. And this general, for all 34 years in the South African Police Service, she has never been charged or implicated in any wrongdoing. It's for the first time she gets charged and put on suspension. It has been 4 years now. She has never appeared before any disciplinary committee. And she implicates also General Masemola, the commissioner, in some of these allegations. So this is very serious, and this is falling right into the core of the terms of reference of this committee. And I thought that because your office did not give it the necessary attention, it will be important that I bring it through the manner in which I did, because if it goes through the office and someone like this gets dismissed as a member of the public with so much information and still drawing a salary from SAPS, though suspended, and since suspension, she has never been to a DC. It's 4 years now. She has never been to a DC. So I strongly feel that this should be one of the amongst the last witnesses that we'll be dealing with. She's not going to waste our time. We're going to benefit from what we've been looking for. How politicians have been interfering in procurement, how minister has been directly communicating with her, and that certain things must be going to certain people, and how certain people were awarded PPEs through illegal instructions, which they brought to the attention of the president. And that's why I agree with the suggestion that the president must come here, because his name keeps on being implicated. But apart from the name of the president being implicated, the president established the PKTT. He said, I'm going to establish interministerial committee. The interministerial committee produced what we have today. So he was the main person who established this. His intervention ended up producing this PKTT. And these wrongdoings were brought to his attention, and he has not done anything about these matters. So members, when they have time, they can go through those documents. They'll realize that we're dealing with a serious syndicate, and we cannot leave it unattended to. Thanks.
Okay, Honorable, thank you so much, Honorable Falls and Honorable Malema. I'm going to rotate the two items for members. The members who have presented these items are asking for condonation from the committee to allow these witnesses to be scheduled for appearance. Am I representing you correctly, honorable members? Honorable Salt and Honorable Mark?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you. Can we start the rotation?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Malema and Honorable Souls for really bringing forward issues that they think the committee should consider. Honorable Chairperson.
Maybe just one thing before you start, because I remember that you earlier raised a matter, Honorable Sangone. The committee in its last meeting agreed that the public hearings will conclude on the 6th of February. And it's up to the committee to stand by that decision or to review it, because it is the decision of the committee. So the 6th of February is this week. And we still have outstanding matters that will fall outside that date of the 6th of February. So as and when these issues are discussed, members must have that in mind, and how we are going to deal with those leading to the 20th of February. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, no, thank you for that clarification, although it does still leave a question in my mind whether the 20th of February is the date that we can stretch hearings to, or whether the 20th of February is the date that our report must be submitted. Maybe you can come in there, Chair, but what we wanted to say is that this process was undertaken with the sole objective of seeking to establish the veracity of the allegations and obviously the attendant matters that we had raised as part of the terms of reference. Now, both the submissions made by Honorable Sauls and Honorable Malema do seem to speak to the terms of reference of this committee. And our position as the African National Congress is that those submissions, specifically because they are coming to people who ordinarily we were not hearing from in the course of events, they should be given an opportunity to be heard. And I want to make it clear, Chair, that when we raise issues of timing, it's because we have to logistically administer this process in a manner that allows us to finish our work. Otherwise, it could be open-ended. It is not that we are opposed to hearing any testimony, including these two testimonies. In fact, even more, the testimony that is said to be coming from Lieutenant General, I think it is, Vuma, because that would be somebody who has intimate knowledge of the issues which should be ventilated, speaking to the terms of reference. The other matters, as I indicated, of that Honorable Sauls raises are just as important. Chair, this issue of timing, I think for me, it applies even more to the other witnesses. You know, throughout these proceedings, the MK has been at pains to want to bring additional names. You know, we can't leave it.
No.
Are we not discussing that yet?
No, we are coming to. I want to hear if the members agree to the condonation. We were discussing the items that have been suggested by Honorable Sauls and Honorable Malema.
Okay.
And then we will come to those names, the name of Sarah Jane Trent, the name of Kanen Mutli, Balula, and President Ramaphosa. I think those are the names that I had been mentioned. So now let's deal with the substantive submissions that have been made by the two honorable members.
Well, Chair, the African National Congress has no problem with the condonation of the three submissions. I think the reasons that have been advanced are cogent, and if you are able to work it within the timing that those witnesses are afforded an opportunity to present with the committee, we would support that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, the understanding should be that we are working within the deadline of the 20th of February. By 20 February, not only the work of the committee stops, but even the existence of the committee also comes to an end. Do we still have a further speaker from the African National Congress? Okay, let me move to the MKP.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm sorry to do this to you. One, as Umkhonto says, we support the issue of in particular Lieutenant General Vuma and the other one, I don't remember the surname. But last week, I've raised one brigadier, chair, and the secretaries have the name, who worked for the crime intelligence, the brigadier as well, who sent emails. And I've raised that name, and I'm not sure what did the secretariat do with that. Very comprehensive a report about the finances, these so-called secret accounts. You know, the guy was afraid, but he sent. But when they were selecting people who must appear before us, he was astonished that they did not call him. Now, that's a debate for a while, but I'm just raising that because I've raised that last week when Saul raised this issue of condonation. That is another one. If we are allowing a one or two or three, why not him as well? Because he was in the core of the purchasing all these things we are talking about from the crime intelligence point of view. The submission is there with the secretariat. I'm not sure why this brigadier was not called. Now, in terms of the support from ourselves, we support completely, rightfully so, that Lieutenant General Vuma and the other gentleman who wants to come before us, you know, even if it's for a day, but let's have them, let's give them an opportunity. Hence, we have this committee, and, you know, I know there's a lot of people, but indeed, I think it makes a lot of sense for us to have him here. And he was the deputy commissioner for that matter as well, besides being and in charge of the supply chain, you know, at SAPS. But this crime intelligence, this secret account, we have somebody. The submission is there. I thank you, Chair.
Do we have further speakers from the MKP? The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to start with the latter regarding General Vuma. I think it's good that she be invited to come to the committee. No need for further explanation from me on that. Regarding the matter from the Honourable Souls, I think there are many people that could argue that they didn't see the advert, so could just check the website or some of the other resources that may have been available. Also, the medical certificate that was communicated by the complainant or the individual had already been issued before the Ad Hoc Committee was established, and he was also not out of the country. So I don't think we should unnecessarily entertain that. But regarding General Vuma, it would be good for her to appear, and we would support the proposal from the Honourable Malema.
Okay. Can I check the EFF? What are you saying on the matter of Honourable Souls? Are you supporting the condonation?
Yes, we support.
Yeah, we support, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Souls. What are you saying on the matter of the EFF? Are you supporting the condonation?
I support the condonation 100%, Chair. And may I also just clarify for the witness the medical certificates issue?
No. I don't think it's necessary for you to do that.
Okay.
The flow of the meeting is very clear what decision the chair must arrive at.
All right, Chair. Thanks.
Honourable Vessels.
Thank you, Chair. Supported.
Okay, the condonations are supported, honourable members. So the Secretariat and the legal team will look within the purview of our program in the remaining days, how we make sure that the appearances of these witnesses materialize, including where there is a need for consultations. And I know with public submissions, we have agreed that the there may not be any need for any statements to be made with the legal team, but the legal team can just guide on those processes. So what it means is that coming out of this meeting, our legal team will then have to meet with the Secretariat and see how, within the remaining time, we are able to amend the timetable or to create space on the timetable to accommodate for those submissions that have just been condoned now by the committee. Bonani, can we have the agenda started again?
I've raised my hand again, Chair.
Honorable Kosana.
Thank you, Chair. Please, Bonani, as well. They must come and respond on the issue which I've raised last week, the one which I've raised it now. It should not just be by the way. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's not a by the way matter. We remember when we closed the matter, we discussed the matter together with one of the items just we have concluded, where we said let's have grounds on why those submissions would not have been made. And when the meeting started, when Honorable Sols reminded us about the matter, we agreed because it was our decision. We said, yes, let's have the item on the agenda. So even this one, I just want to plead with you that if it has to be on the agenda, let's put it properly on the agenda and we discuss it.
So thank you, Chair. Thank you very, very much, because I thought they will raise them themselves, not me, because they've got all the information. But thank you, I understand.
Thank you so much, Bonani. Oh, okay. Can we have the presentation of the report from the NPA on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan cases and the correspondence from Advocate Batoi?
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dedana.
Yes, Chair, you will recall that at our last meeting of the 19th, I presented this, and I think the only outstanding item is that members had asked that they be provided with the transcript of the court proceedings. And you will recall that the following day, which is on the 20th of January, I then wrote a comprehensive email to you attaching the very same transcript. Now, I understand that the members were sent this yesterday. And if you look at the judgment of the court, which is to be found from page 44 to page 46 of the transcript, it is clear from the court judgment that the matter was struck off the roll in terms of section 342 capital A 3C of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1997 as amended. First and foremost, Chairperson, section 432 capital A of the Criminal Procedure Act deals with unreasonable delays in trials. However, section 342 capital A 3C of the Criminal Procedure Act provides as follows. If the court finds that the completion of the proceedings is being delayed unreasonably, the court may issue any such order as it deems fit in order to eliminate the delay and any prejudice arising from it, or to prevent further delay or prejudice. including an order where the accused has not yet pleaded to the charge, that the case be struck off the roll and the prosecution not be resumed or instituted de novo, which means afresh, without the written instruction of the Auditor General. Now, Chairperson, it is patent clear from the transcript that the court made this order in the interest of justice, because even on the court day, the state was not ready to proceed with its case. It is instructive to note that it was the fourth time that the accused were appearing before court, and the state kept asking for further postponements. If you look at page 2 of the transcript, the state alleged that after downloading the cell phone of one of the accused, it discovered overwhelming evidence which implicated the accused before court and other suspects on serious offences, which include the contravention of Section 3 and Section 4 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004, PRECA. Section 3 of PRECA deals with the general offences of corruption, while Section 4 deals with the offences in respect of corrupt activities relating to public officers. The state alleged that because of the discovery of this overwhelming evidence, it had to charge further suspects. Amongst others, if you look at page 3 of the transcript, page 3 of the transcript puts paid to any doubt about the state's intention to request a further postponement on the day, particularly where the prosecutor says, and I'm quoting from the transcript now, "We came here today to ask with the intention of requesting the Honorable Court for a postponement so that we can add other suspects and so that we can get a racketeering certificate from the National Director of Public Prosecutions." In its judgment, particularly from the last paragraph of page 44 to the first paragraph of page 45 of the transcript, the court held that what the court has decided is that the delay as seen on record and the delay that is likely to occur with the addition of further accused is unreasonable. I would also like to touch on an issue which Honorable Bredenbach raised regarding whether this matter was struck off the roll with a permanent stay of prosecution having been imposed. The court addresses this issue at page 37 of the transcript, where the court held that would it not be a better dispensation in looking in it in that fashion to say, because if the case is removed from the roll, it does not mean it is a stay of prosecution. This is also evident on page 45 of the transcript, where the court held the following: "So that being the case, the court believes that the just judgment is one to say the matter has to be removed from the roll in terms of Section 432 capital A3C of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1997, which means that within 7 days, advocate for the state knows what to do in this regard anyway. Advocate Masuta, who was of course acting for the state, that within 7 days you compile a report, you have it served before the Director of Public Prosecution as far as this is concerned, within 7 days, and then you make a finding as to whether he wants the case to be returned to court or not." Chairperson, in view of the above, the question still begs, why was this not done, and why was a decision taken by the NTPP to hold over the decision to prosecute until the matter against General Pashan is finalized? I am raising this, Chairperson, because the accused were charged with 34 counts, and these were largely based on their conduct or lack thereof regarding the methods they employed in investigating General Pashan. It appears that there is no reasonable relation between preferring these charges on the accused and staying the decision to prosecute until the matter against General Pashan is finalized. Consequently, the internal logic of the NTPP's decision in this regard, needs further dissection, and he is the only one who is in a better position to take the committee into his confidence. Chairperson, we reiterate that we are still wedded to the advice we gave on the 19th of January 2026 that the NDPP must be called to appear and explain herself before the committee as soon as possible. Thanks very much, Chairperson. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dejana, having presented the two items. I hear your specific recommendation on the last that the NDPP may have to come and may have to come back, or whoever is the NDPP now, the committee will have to make a decision. Can you just restate your firm recommendations on the two items so that when we rotate for input, the members know exactly the kind of decision we want?
It's one item, Chair. Look, this case, Chair, was enrolled in 2017. So it's been 9 years now, Chair. And all we're saying is that if you look at the court record, Chairperson, the court record directs the state prosecutor of what he needs to do to re-enroll the matter. And that was in 2017, Chairperson. But then what the NPA did, they then said, no, don't this case.
Please don't regurgitate the facts. You have presented. What decision do you advise the committee to take so that we can rotate the proposal?
I thought I completed that, Chairperson, because I said it's only the NDPP who can come and explain himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Honorable members, there is that proposal that the answers that you want on this matter is only one person who can be of comprehensive responses to you. And that is the position of the NDPP. Can I check with the members whether you agree to that proposal? The ANC?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I am sure that court record helps, because when Honorable Breitenbach raised the issue in the last meeting, it was a question of was the matter then struck off the roll and in perpetuity, or could it be re-enrolled? Given that it could be re-enrolled, Chair, I suppose that the committee is most interested in finding out why is it not re-enrolled, and secondly, that it should be re-enrolled, well, I suppose based on the decisions. Chair, sincere apologies. I'm sure other members of the ANC would probably even disagree, but is it necessary for the NDPP, and I'm assuming, I don't know which NDPP we're talking about now, retired or new NDPP, to physically come and appear before the committee to answer why they did not re-enroll? Or would it not suffice to write them to say, why did you not re-enroll this matter? And if the reasons are not sufficient, well, I don't know if we can instruct the NDPP to re-enroll, but I'm assuming that on reflection, they would be persuaded to re-enroll. We do not oppose the NDPP coming, but is it really a matter requiring physical presence, or they must just give us reasons why they have not re-enrolled this matter when it's quite clear from the courts that they should have? Thank you, Chair.
What happens in the event where the committee is not satisfied with the reasons? Are we going to write back to them again?
Well, Chair, I suppose it speaks to the extent of your powers as Parliament, whether you can instruct the NDPP to re-enroll. And it's part of the reason why I'm asking if it's not an exercise in futility to ask them to come here to ask them questions about why they did not re-enroll. I would think that the reasons that they would provide, whether it's in writing or in person, would give the committee a position. But arguably, perhaps that decision still lies with the NDPP, not to say that we would not exert the necessary pressure on them, but we are not arguing, Chair, that the matter should not be pursued. It's a question of whether it is calling them to Parliament to answer that question, or rather saying now that we have received these court records, it's quite clear this matter could have been re-enrolled. Why has it not been re-enrolled? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So the ANC is saying there are two options. We're not opposed to physical appearance, but we're also saying we can also solicit written responses.
Chair, can I make an addition?
Yes, Chief Whip.
Yes, and my apology for just intervening like that. And good afternoon to you, all colleagues, and everyone who's on the platform. No, just to firm up what Honorable Sangoni has said, I think we should say, let them give us a written submission. I mean, given the weight of the issue that we are talking about, I don't think that we should compel them to appear before us in person. I think let's ask them to do a written submission. In an event where this written submission arrives, and for some reasons, we are not satisfied with the manner in which it has addressed our concerns, we can then decide what to do after that. But I think given the amount of work we still have to do and the time between now and the end of our lifespan, these are some of their submissions that I would imagine will not harm our work if they are not appearing in person before the committee. So I'm just qualifying with a firm proposal the submission made by Kusela that let's just say to them, please write and explain the following things to us, and then we take it from there. Thanks.
Okay. The proposal is that they should be from the ANC. You are saying that they should be a written submission. Can I hear what the other parties are saying, the MKP?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, we don't mind either of the two. It can be a physical appearance, it can be a written submission. If a written submission is done and we feel that more clarity needs to be given, and we invite the NDPP to come, I think that is the best way we can do. So the proposal was saying is that let's maybe consider the first, a written submission as the first option. And then when we realize that it is not adequate, it requires more oral evidence, then we invite the NDPP to come. Chair, I've been trying to look here. I've been perusing my emails because some of these witnesses have confidence in a different way, in different ways to some committee members. So they do write to us. If my memory serves me well, but I'm still perusing, Chair, and if I get this information, I'll submit it to the legal team. If my memory serves me well, I received an email from a prosecutor who was dealing with this matter. I think he was raising an intention to his desire to come before the committee and testify about this matter. If I remember very well, he was raising a frustration that he also intended to re-enroll the matter, but there were frustrations that he was faced with. But Chair, I'll look. If I get the information, I will forward it. And my request is that if really I get the information, then we consider a prosecutor, because the testimony of the prosecutor might not corroborate with the testimony of the NDPP. So maybe we'll have to consider it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. The DA?
No, I'm still here, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, Chair, that the knowing that we are running short of time, I think we are losing a lot of things, I must say, in particular when it comes to the judiciary. I'm supporting Honorable Nomvalo about this prosecutor as well to be given an opportunity. And the names which are submitted as well, maybe at the end of this agenda, on any other business, I'll raise that, because for me and for Mkhonto, I think the issue of the judiciary is not dealt with at all here. At all. I must be honest, at all. It's like we are afraid of dealing with this matter and confront it head on. But maybe at a later stage when the agenda is done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Skosana, the DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we agreed to written submission or written response rather, even if it might take one or two additional letters. We are comfortable with clarifying matters in a written format. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the EFF.
Agree to, Chair.
Okay, the PA.
Agreed, Chair.
The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chair. Agree to a written submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The written submission to a letter for written response by the NDPP is agreed to.
Chair.
Honorable Solz.
No, Chair. I just noted that there was a report that the magistrate ordered the state to provide to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Perhaps we can ask for that report also to be attached, please.
Okay, you mean in the letter which we write to the NDPP?
Yes, they would then respond to us in writing, but may they also please attach the original report in 2017 that the magistrate ordered them to give to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Yeah.
Okay.
I saw it in the transcript there, Chair.
Thank you so much. The last matter is the matter which was raised jointly by Honorable Skosana, Honorable Mattheys, and Honorable Shongo. Is about the names. The name of General Khan, General Mutli, the Secretary General of the ANC, Mbalula, President Ramaphosa, and Sarah Jane Trent. I remember that we discussed this matter last time. And if I remember very well, for instance, on the name of Mbalula, I think we had agreed that there was no substantive motivation to have that name having to appear before the committee. And I remember it was Honorable Malema who spoke at length about it. And secondly, on the name of President Ramaphosa, if I remember very well, was that if there was anything, we were going to solicit written responses. And I remember the name of General Khan as well. We discussed that name. We had reached a decision that we were not going to invite him. And I see the names are coming back again. I don't know whether honorable members will want us to go into the discussion on these 5 names now, or whether we will want the legal team as the one that is leading evidence to go back and make an assessment of the evidence that has been presented before the committee and maybe give a motivation on each of the names that have been raised by members here. Yes, so I'm going to rotate for the committee to discuss whether you want to discuss these names now and make a decision in the light of the background I have given, or whether you want the legal team to go back and evaluate the evidence that has been presented before the committee and motivate for each of the names for the consideration of the committee before we finalize the item. The ANC.
Chair, can I come in?
Chair,
Yes, I'm recognizing the African National Congress.
can I start, Chair? It's Honorable Sokanyile.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think you have already talked to these names, the decisions that we took as this committee. And I'm agreeing with you, Chairperson, whereby we did, when these names were put before us, we did articulate on them. Now, I didn't see any point that we need to go back to what we have said, unless there was a crucial issue that has been raised. Because if we are saying that the names have been mentioned through the witnesses that were here, there are so many names, Chairperson, that have been mentioned. There are so many names that were put forward. For instance, if you can mention the few, Advocate Mkhwanazi, Utatu Zuma, former president. There's so many names. I'm just making an example with these names that will go to each and every witness now to take out the name that has been mentioned. I don't think that will assist this committee having the lifespan that it has with few minutes that were, because up to the 20th of February, having to deliver a report, it won't assist us. Now, I think what you are saying, because you are deliberating on the issues that we have said as the committee, we must take that. I don't even think we need to say the legal must go and analyze, because we've taken a decision. I think it's correct. Sorry about that. Enkosi, sir.
No, you are right, Honorable Member. You heard me very well. I think I singled out the names where decisions have been made. Can we check if we still have more speakers in the ANC?
Yes, Chair. Chair, I think Honorable Sokanyile is correct. Would have had numerous discussions around this matter, and we had made a categorization of that we shouldn't just react on mentioning, but we must make a proper analysis of what has been said before the committee, and that must inform who we must call. And we would have also agreed officially and formally in this Ad Hoc Committee that we have requested the last extension because we must conclude the matter now. So I think the names that have been proposed to the Ad Hoc would actually not assist from where we are seated. It would just be a matter of saying, no, I don't know this, I don't know that. but there is no crucial evidence that has been presented to us, including the main witness has not actually deliberated much on, for example, General Khan and all that. So our view, Chair, is that this is an unnecessary exercise. Because if we are to actually go back from the day we have started and say everyone who has been mentioned must be brought before the committee, we'll finish this committee in 2030. Because as when we listen from witnesses, they mention this, but we've made an accord that let's categorize the kind of mentioning, the actual involvement to what we are probing. Because some of the things do not even actually relate to what we are probing as the committee. So my view, Chair, is that we don't need to add additional witnesses. We already have a lifespan that is going to be short. We are already looking into how do we then accommodate these ones who are hostile witnesses. So the view that I think, Chair, we must convince each other on is that let's not add anyone from where we have ended. Then we deal with what is on our table now. So the additions do not suffice, because remember there were issues that were raised before us as the committee, that the actual starting of politicization of the police service started when President Mbeki was accused of having used the state crime fighting agencies to deal with President Zuma. Remember, we even discussed the issues of aircons in a car of President Zuma and all those things. So if we are to actually go down and go deeper to those issues, we're actually going to be swayed away from what we're trying to deal with. So I support what Honorable Sokanyele is saying. Let's not add anyone from this point and deal with the issues at hand. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. The MKP.
No, Chair. Can I come in before you proceed? Unless if the approach is that we must have only two. My apology, because I joined the meeting late.
We are allowed to.
Okay, no thanks. No, Chair. I fully understand what the two colleagues have said, and to a very large extent, I agree with them. But I wanted to address your proposal in a different way, because I suspect that the approach that the principle that both Nhlanhla and Sokanyile have advanced, I support it. But where I'm concerned is that if we don't deal with this matter meticulously, as we've done with other cases, we might end up with this meeting taking place for the whole day. Why am I saying that? You made a suggestion, Chair, that we've got two options. One is to discuss these witnesses who are proposed here and now and agree on taking a decision. The other option is that we defer the matter to the legal team to do an assessment in order to ascertain whether or not there is a need for any of these additional witnesses to be considered to appear before us. And I would imagine whether that appearance also has to be a literally physical appearance, or they must make a submission. Now, I want to propose, Chair, that we deal with this matter in the context of your first proposal, which is to deal with the issue, but let's deal with it one by one, not in a blanket approach. We now hear that there's a proposal for Mr. Fikile Mbalula to appear before the committee.
Yeah, not if we deal with it the way you suggest. There are three names where the committee had already taken decisions. Previously, the committee had rejected the witness of General Khan. It has rejected the witness of Mr. Mbalula. So it means, and then with regard to President Ramaphosa, the committee had said there will be, if need be, there will be a written submission. So yeah, the names that are new names suggested are the names of General Motley and Sarah Jane Fenn. You can go ahead.
Thanks a lot for that guidance, Chair. The reason why I was making the point I was making earlier on, I am departing from the assumption that all of us as committee members remember those decisions. However, it may very well be that some amongst us, having gone through the process since that decision was taken up to date, they have come to the conclusion that the matter must be reviewed. That decision must be reviewed. So I would have preferred a situation where we discuss in a systematic way. If somebody says, yes, there was a decision that we're not going to bring Mr. Fikile Mbalula here, and somebody comes back now and say, no, we must bring him, I would prefer a chairperson that person who's now saying we must review our decision must then be given an opportunity to provide a rationale before the Ad Hoc Committee why that decision has to be reviewed, so that we're not going to be lost in the discussion that may not be necessary. Because once we hear the rationale why Mr. Mbalula must now be reinstated back, why Mr. Khani must be brought back, we will be in the position to say yes or no, without having to engage in an elaborate motivation against or in favor. So that is what I was saying, Chairperson, that if there are new circumstances which make some among us to conclude that we must review that decision, can we all be favored with that argument? So that when we stand up, we're going to say, okay, no, I'm persuaded, no, I'm not. And the matter is closed in that fashion. So that's what I wanted to suggest, because I am fearful of the fact that when we discuss it as a group, we may be missing something that otherwise we should have been alerted to influence a decision in this or the other direction. Thanks.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Let's give Honorable Shongwe.
Can I come in, Chair? Before Honorable Shongwe?
No, yeah, I want you to come in later. Let's give Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Matthys, because they are the ones who sponsored this item to motivate why the names are coming here. Let's start in that order. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay. Oh, you can talk.
Yes, Honorable Shongwe, the floor is yours.
I think it was Honorable Skosana, if I may be wrong. Can I kindly ask to just park my car because I'm driving, Chair, so that I can engage properly on this one? Can somebody else start? Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Chair, I've missed Shongwe. Is still Shongwe on the floor?
No, it is you on the floor.
Okay. Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to say, I've heard you as well as the chairperson. You've agreed with Honorable Sokanyile. Now, it's going to be very difficult as well to convince, but I'll try my best. Chair, the decision you are talking about is true. There was an argument as well on the issue of Mbalula and the issue of the president. I remember in others. Now, that was, I think, a month ago, or more than a month ago. Witnesses, in particular General Vuma as well, the issue of this rapper as well. Mbalula was involved in that. You know, Minister Mbalula at that time was involved in that. And besides that, other witnesses, we had so many witnesses after we agreed, and we agreed on that meeting to say, if there's any other information from other witnesses who are still going to come before us to the committee, we will look at the matter. But now it's like the matter is being dismissed without even engaging. Hence, the chief whip, I guess, he is spot on this matter. But the issue that outside, it's like we are protecting other people here. It's an animal farm that others are untouchable. We can only touch this one and that one, but we can't touch this one. This one, it's a no. We can't. Once we raise the name, then there's issues. I'm saying, Chair, the issue of the president as well, because of the IMC, if he has to write a submission, we agree, it's fine. So be it. But we can't say that, Chair, now, that no, we've discussed that matter is closed. Even after listening, and the issue of Khan as well. Khan has been mentioned almost, I don't know how many. The other issue Sokanyile is raising is, by the way, is like, you know what, if you raise this, I'll raise that. I'm saying to you, Chair, it's evident. Many witnesses mention these names. Are we ignoring that? KZN, which was
Is it me, honorable members, or is it Honorable Skosana who has disappeared?
Yeah, we have lost him, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Chair, it's a pity that we are found in this topic kind of playing politics, matters that are important to South Africans. You see,
Chair, what is happening here? Chair, am I still on the floor? Or I've been cut off? I'm sorry.
No, you were disconnected, so then we allow Honorable Shongwe to conclude, and then you will come after him.
Thank you, Chair.
You will be looking for a proper coverage, yes, sir. And when Honorable Shongwe is presenting.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you, Honorable Skosana. So, Chair, okubuhlungu kakhulu is that where there is a need to call amagama abalulekile ukuthi afike la, there will be a firing shot that threatens abantu bomkhonto, should I say, when you say we can call President Zuma, we can call Unathi Nhleko, we can that to me, Chair, alone sounds like it's a threat, and it's a protection of a name that ungalbizi legama, because once you biza legama, we'll call this one. And as if when you call this one, some things are going to come out that are of EPKTT and our TORs. It is very, very unprofessional, Chair, of a member of parliament to use that strategy in order to protect his or her president. It is very, very unfortunate, Chair. Chair, when it comes to the name specifically like a President Ramaphosa, I now feel that we've been shifting polls. Uguti score here, don't score here. Chair, you've been shifting polls. It started when you said we will speak of amagama in a category way. Yoguti, politicians, officials, and all that. we let that matter pass. We argued again as Honorable Ndaba Yama Window. I remember very well when he spoke about Ndaba Yama Window, President Zuma. I even said to Honorable Malema, made a mistake, it's not a security matter. Side discussor, side debater, but we never came to a conclusion. Again, our polls were shifted. And then it was a matter we will discuss it again after. Not so long in a meeting again, Chair, I again raised the name. And it was an issue that it will be discussed. It was never discussed. It's a lie, Chair, that we've discussed and found a decision on this matter. I don't agree with that, Chair. What I'm proposing, Chair, is that we discuss the matter and put it to a rest. But Chair, number one, the main important thing, IMC reports to the President. Eyaga President, the IMC. Why should we then look for only a written submission from the owner of the PKTT? We are sitting here, Chair, we don't know whether President Ramaphosa agreed to disbanding of the PKTT or disagreed. Where is he standing on the matter of PKTT? We are sitting here, Chair, the country, if you can just go in Plazin, even the suburbs, and ask Uguti what is the stance of the president in this regarding the PKTT, you will never get a clear answer. How do we then as a committee come to say we agreed on those names? Never. It's not true, Chair, and it's not honest. Let's be honest to our work, Chair. The reason we have this committee is to probe and find issues and work on those issues. We have found Ubabumbalula Ejonje Imali 7 to 47 million. We have found his supporting staff Udimba in the meeting with Lokoja for Ikreba. Why must we find a name and then regard to say, no, we will leave it? See, Tolile Mosi corruption. Chair, even now, judiciary has kakakhulumi ngayo. Chair, corruption as a prison, correctional service, asikakhulumi ngayo, we're busy shifting post. Is that the mistake we did in respecting the decision of the chair, which we'll discuss the matter later? Then it comes as if we have a problem emakhanda siyakhohlwa. Asikhohlwanga Chair. Sathi sizoyikhuluma silinde wena Chair uyibeke etafuleni uthi nayi ndoda asiyikhulumeni. And I asked Chair, I would submit my written supporting statement on this thing. I'm just going to pull over and write and type it to and send it to the group. Ezofaka onke my statements and my reasons why I say these names must be called in, Chair. But ngiyacela Chair. I South Africa. I understand ukuthi ANC wants to protect their president. It can't be at the expense of South Africans. It can't be ukuthi sizokhonjwa ngesibhamu sithenjwe uZuma. Asabi lutho ngoZuma thina. Siyazi ukuthi uzoyimela makumela imeli into azenzile. Thina into esifuna iCountry eqondile. If uZuma is found to be in the wrong, we as umkhonto wesizwe, we are saying mbizeni mani mfuni. But let it not be because we then see revenge. Let it be because PKTT iyamfaka. In this regard, no. If akumbalula ne 47 million, if ubaba Ramaphosa naye ngokuthi akacacisa izinto. Even Chair, if you can dig deeper than the PKTT, you find that there's more responsibilities of the president angazenzanga. We want to discuss that, Chair. Ningasivimbi lelo thuba lelo, Chair. I plead with you, Chair. Ningasivimbi lelo thuba. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I did not expect you to debate the matter. I expected you to motivate why those names should be. Yeah, but thank you very much for your presentation. Can we go to Honorable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. I hope my network is fine, Chair. I'm saying, Chair, Honorable Shongwe said mouthful here. The Chair said that he never closed the matter. He never closed the matter at all. And I'm still saying, Chair, let us be frank here. We won't play politics at the expense of what happened in this country. When General Mkhwanazi was brave on the 6th of July, if I remember well, with that press briefing, let's go deeper. I know there's no time, maybe a day or so, but let's not close this thing and say no, we can't call this one because this one maybe it belongs to my party, or this one, you know what? No, he has done nothing. We are probing. We are not saying they've done all these things like any other witness who appeared before us. In particular, when it comes to the two generals, General Mutley of this Katomana, we spoke about those matters, but it's like these matters are being shelved for whatever reason. Now we spoke about those people. We only spoke about General Vuma now, and we agreed now to today. Honorable Malema put that on the table, and we agreed. No views about it. Now, but when it comes to others who've been mentioned several times, even on General Vuma, the submission which he has deposited. I mean, there's Mbalula. Mbalula as a minister is not personal. We don't hate him. But we are saying let's be fair to others as well. Let's be fair to Sibia. Let's be fair to General Masemula and others. Let's not pick and choose and say, no, this one, you know what? After so many witnesses have mentioned him, and we know, if you want to, you can, I don't even want to say and use like other people, Google. You'll see for yourself. Besides what is being submitted. I'm saying, Chair, to you, not to waste your time, to say, if we have to discuss these matters, let us be fair. Because people are going to, this thing does not belong to us. This Ad Hoc Committee belongs to South Africans who are watching us, and they'll be disappointed, like they were disappointed with the interim report, that some people are more equal than the others, though I don't want to get involved there. But I'm saying it's like we are going to do the same. When Senzo Mkhunu is being so much implicated, but you look at the interim report, there's nothing there. Nothing whatsoever, nothing. So I'm saying let's not do that. Let people respect this Ad Hoc Committee and Parliament and know that Parliament has got an integrity, irrespective of the other views of other people, to say even this Parliament does not have integrity. But let's try our best. Thank you, Chair. Nomvalo, I'll give it to Nomvalo from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do concur that there was never ever decision that we are going to close the list of witnesses. We even said, let's make sure that we don't schedule right until the last date in case as we're going through our testimonies, someone comes up and that we need to discuss it. At that time, when we parked Balula, Ramaphosa, and some of the other members, it was because we didn't have any witnesses that came forward with concrete information saying otherwise. We just had a witness the other day who said that Balula gave or wanted to buy a grabber for an ANC conference. That's political interference, and it is something that we must be able to deal with here in the committee. So for us to say, because we made a decision, even if we made that decision 4 months ago, we have had witnesses here, it doesn't mean we must stick to that decision and it can't be reviewed. So we made a decision not to see Honorable Matthys, and then someone comes and says she murdered someone, and then we must say no because we've already made that decision. It can't happen. It's not sound for members of Parliament to have that approach. So having said that, I think we must, each of us, whoever wants somebody to come and appear here, let's motivate. I don't think also that it's a bad idea for our legal team, which is something that they should have done also, and we wouldn't even be here. But they're also just short-staffed because we have a speaker that is not worried about providing us resources here, where we should have had each of the witnesses and speaking to the terms of reference. This was raised. It speaks directly to the terms of reference and how important it is to our findings, and we suggest that this person comes. Even this thing, Chair, of us getting letters from the Speaker while an hour, not even an hour, while the committee has started, we don't have time to go through this information and apply our minds. And this is why our meetings go on for such a long time. On the issue of Sarah Jane Trent that we are putting forward here, it's common cause that she was charged, the charges for impersonating an IPED officer, right? Whether those charges were dropped, not dropped, we know how that whole system works of how charges are dropped and withdrawn and whatever in the system, she must come. The second issue, it's also common course that she went to the property with iPad investigators. McBride even said they told his investigators, told him that they used that thing of whiteness or whatever it is so they can get information. Whole investigators of iPad using white citizens to get information, it's even disgraceful. So she must come here and even tell us, how did she even know where that property was and getting in the car or asking iPad members to get into the car. So that is the reason why we are asking to put her name on here, even though her name was not on there before. And more than likely, we are not going to have that Paul O'Sullivan appear before us anytime soon. But whether not, she is the one that looks like she was the go-between Robert McBride and Paul O'Sullivan. It's common course that she was the PA for Paul O'Sullivan. We want to know all her dealings with our state security agencies. Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Malema had asked to be released for a bit, but if he's here, he'll be able to comment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, honorable members. The motivations for the names have been presented, including the decisions that the committee has previously taken. Also understand now, Honorable Sangoni, why I said you will come later. Can I check that you are ready, that we can proceed
Yes,
now that the matters have been presented?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm now
Chair.
rotating between the parties. So I'm going to start with you, Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And yes, indeed, I do understand why you said I should come in later. Chairperson, firstly, let me start here. I was disappointed that you did not call Honorable Shongwe into order. But because we don't want this meeting to degenerate, we respected you, we respected the meeting. I don't think it is correct for Honorable
some of the things he would have said them in a language that I could not follow completely.
Yes, he said Mbalulu Ntshontshe 47 million, which means that Mbalula has stolen 47 million. I don't think
those matters, you can bring them to our attention.
Thank you, Chair. I think you have delayed network, Chair, so by the time we speak, you perhaps don't hear us. Honorable Shongwe used this platform to not only cast aspersions, but he used this platform to take as a fact, he used the words Mbalula Ntshontshe 47 million. He's making a statement of fact that Fikile Mbalula has stolen 47 million. I think that Honorable Shongwe should withdraw that statement unless he's able to prove that Mr. Mbalula has stolen 47 million. It is defamatory. It is casting aspersions. It is not allowed. He cannot make such a statement. In fact, for all intents and purposes, he then goes so further as to destroy his own argument that he's investigating, because he's clearly acted as a prosecutor, judge, and jury, and he's found Mr. Mbalula guilty of stealing 47 million. So I would like him to withdraw that one, Chair. Second issue that I want to raise with you, Chair. They also cannot accuse the meeting and yourself, Chairperson, of lying. A decision was taken with regards to written submissions on President Zuma and President Ramaphosa. That people were not listening in the meeting because they're so fixated on getting President Ramaphosa to come, it cannot be our problem. It was a decision in the meeting. If they want to now reopen the discussion on the decision as they have, rather be honest and say you want to reopen the discussion. I'll remind you why we took that decision, Chair. We said the President Ramaphosa in particular, there were issues that he would have established the IMC. You want to call him to say, so they asked you, they didn't ask you. He could put forward a written submission on that. President Zuma, we said, witnesses have come here consistently saying that the problems of political interference in the South African Police Service began during his tenure. He was accused of using Minister Nathi Mthethwa to also again interfere in the work of the South African Police Service. We are not bringing names because people are bringing names. We were respecting the decisions that we had taken, especially around what had been categorized in that meeting as the political what, which we had put in names. Now, if Honorable Matese's argument goes and says, now that we're in this process and new names are coming up, perhaps we must reopen that discussion. We are not going to be intimidated by Shongwe saying that we think that they say something, it touches a move. We also have names we can bring forward. And that is why we want to bring the name of Advocate Busi Mkhwanazi. Because
on a point of order,
a witness,
Chair.
No, but I didn't call points of order.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order. On a point of order, Chair. Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order.
Hello, who is that?
Nomvalo.
Yes, Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, we don't have Shongwe here. We have Honorable Shongwe.
Point of order taken.
Thank you. I apologize, Honorable Shongwe, and I hope that he'll also say honorable to me when he draws his statement about Mbalula. Chair, I'm saying, Honorable Matei says in her submission that there had been an allocation that says that we can bring forth names, right? We are under the impression, and you would have heard in all our inputs as the African National Congress, that we have done the work, we have so much time, and that is why we had not been adding names. But if we're opening and it's a free-for-all, then we don't have a problem with the likes of General Khan coming, General Moodley, and so forth, but we would add new names, such as Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwanazi. She was implicated here, accused by Mr. Robert McBride, where he said she interfered in the work of IPAID. She was trying to protect section generals within the SAPS. You had allegations that were made in this committee about Mr. Nathi Nhleko, and his conduct when he was Minister of Police. Now, the point that I'm making is that we won't be intimidated by being told that because you raise Ramaphosa, we can't raise anybody else. Those names that had been there, they may as well come back. However, we do not want this whole process to be just used for politicking, Chair. We are making an appeal to members that they consider the issues before them, they consider the challenges that we have in terms of the committee and when we need to finish our work, and they consider the value that witnesses are able to bring to the process. We fully support the fact that President Ramaphosa must be asked to give a submission on his understanding of the PKTT as well as the issues of overreach and so forth. That written submission the committee can consider and take a decision on the way forward. But this whole issue of wanting to grandstand and bring the president here, bring Minister Mbalula here, then it's fine. We can just open the process to everybody if that's the approach that we want to take. But the ANC stands opposed to that, Chair. And I really hope that when we are doing the work of the committee, it can't be correct that we take decisions, people don't know them, and we have to keep going back and arguing the same thing over and over again. That is our submission, Chair, with those additional names. Thank you.
Do we still have further speakers? Chief Whip? Honorable Sangoni,
Yes.
do we still have further speakers from the ANC?
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. I think the first thing is that I want to agree with Honorable Sangoni that some of the sentiments that were expressed by Honorable Shongwe were not appropriate. And I do want to concur with her that I don't think we should treat each other in that way. But the second point I want to make is that the African National Congress is not going to depend on being assessed by political parties who are members of this ad hoc committee, whether it is discharging its responsibility in the best interest of our people in this country or not. These people have been following the ad hoc committee. I'm quite certain that they will make their own judgment at an appropriate time, whether the ANC has acted in a dignified manner and in a way that makes sure that the interest of our people are taking precedence over our own political agenda as the African National Congress. So I think it's important for us to make that point, so that when we're debating an issue on the table, we refuse to manipulate each other's ideas on the basis that these ones are protecting, these ones are disloyal. I think it's important for me to make that point, because I was a bit uncomfortable when some of the sentiment I expressed, that when we raise objections on certain names, we are do so because we are driven by parochial political interests of the party at the expense of the national interest. We don't subscribe to that. I want to make that point very clear as a chief whip of the ANC. The second point I want to make is that we listened to the presentation made by Mr. Nhlanhla last week, because I think that is where the argument arises about new information coming out to implicate the then Minister of Police, Mr. Fikile. We listened to that presentation. We interrogated that presentation as we've done with all other presentations. It is my considered view that what has been made before us at this stage does not qualify for a position for the ad hoc committee to demand a physical appearance before the committee by the then Minister of Police, Mr. Fikile. In the same way that people have made references to other names, and let me not even mention them, who do not belong to the ANC, who as the ANC, we will not support that they must be brought in merely because maybe they don't belong to the African National Congress. But the substance of what we interacted with, the way in which we dealt with the evidence of Mr. Nhlanhla, in the context of Mbalula's role as the then Minister of Police, I do not think that there are sufficient basis for him to appear before the committee. And so on that basis, I don't agree with, we don't agree as the ANC that Mr. Mbalula should appear before the committee. Coming to the next name, which is that of the president. Colleagues, I just want to make this point, and I hope we would all understand why I'm making this point. And again, there's nothing to do with the fact that President Cyril Ramaphosa happens to be the president of the ANC as well. Firstly, the president, in his capacity as the president of the country, is going to be appearing before Parliament on many occasions to account on the work that he's doing as the head of the executive and as a head of state, in that dual role that he exercises as a head of government, cabinet, and as a head of state, which will include, for instance, the decisions that were made about the setting up of the PKTT, which he discharged in his capacity as the president of the country in the context of the executive, and the other authority that he exercises as a head of state, which is to appoint commission of inquiries. The president is going to appear before Parliament to answer questions in the normal schedule that he does appear before Parliament. But more and above that, we will still be having more an opportunity this year in an unprecedented way, unlike it has happened over the past 30 years. Because we've agreed as Parliament that we're setting up a committee on the precedents, in which, on whatever occasion, whatever many times that the Parliament will decide, the President will appear before the committee to take questions to members of Parliament. Now, I'm making this point because if the President must only appear to clarify the roles, his responsibilities around the appointment of the PKTT or the appointment of the Ministerial Committee, which resulted in the establishment of the PKTT, I want to make a submission that we don't invite the President to appear before the committee for that reason. Rather, we ask the President to give us a written submission to clarify whatever issues we think that our report will be incomplete without a clarification on the part of the President. Somebody has argued in this meeting earlier on, for instance, that the President appointed the PKTT And that honorable member was saying, we don't know whether the president is happy or unhappy, or he agreed or did not agree with the de-establishment of the PKTT. If we want clarity on that, which I think might be a legitimate clarification to be made, let's ask the president to make a written submission. If we are not happy with the written submission that is not adequately answering the questions before us, I'm arguing, Chairperson, that we've got many other platforms through which we can make the president account for whatever issues that we believe have not been sufficiently dealt with before his submission that he would have made to the Ad Hoc Committee. But to insist that the only way we can make him account, the president, on this question, is for him to appear before the Ad Hoc Committee. That's the only way we're going to make him account. I don't think that the argument presented here today justified the reversal of the decision we took at that point, that essentially these are the people that we don't need to appear before the committee. And the President Ramaphosa was included among those names. I am surprised that Honorable Matthias no longer recall even a submission and an argument that was advanced by her leader, Honorable Malema, on the question of the need or otherwise of appearance of Mr. Mbalula before the Ad Hoc Committee. And majority of us agreed that there was no need. And I'm arguing, Chair, that even today, there are no new basis to justify that we must change that position. The last one I want to comment on, not the last one, I think the last other two names. I think the MKPS also recommended that we should invite two other generals, Kani and Mutli. The Kani issue, we debated it last time, and my impression was also that we settled that issue. I've been listening now to understand what is it that we might have missed at that time, as a consequence of which this matter arises again. I have not found a motivation to justify that. On the issue of Mutli, Chair, I don't want to take a position that rejects the invitation of General Mutli before us. I'm not sure whether he's a general or not, but Mutli, because I have not heard the motivation about Mutli appearing before us. All I've heard is a defense on the issues that I've already addressed, and to some extent, an offensive against the ANC being accused of protecting certain people from appearing before us. If it is possible along the discussion that is taking place, I would still like to hear what is the issues that we want to probe with General Mutli, because I don't want to take a blind position that says, no, we disagree with that. It may very well be that one may be persuaded to agree that Mutli might appear. But all I've heard, Chair, you can help me as well. All I've heard is that he was involved in the Cattleman. That's what I heard Honorable Skosana mentioning. But he did not give a detail. He was involved in the Cattleman. In what sense? How is it related to what we are doing? And therefore, what is it that we may be wanting to probe when he appears before us? If one can be favored with that cogent clarification on that matter, I think one will be in the position to come to a position to support or not to support. But on that issue, I don't want to express a firm view because, as I'm saying, I have not heard the motivation specifically around General Mutli. Thanks, Chair.
Sarah Jane Trent.
Sarah is Sarah Chair the one that I hope you are talking to me? I'm sorry if you are talking to somebody else. You are talking to me.
Sarah Jane Trent is a subject of discussion in this meeting.
Sarah, so you want me to comment on that name?
Yes, because I heard you commenting on all the names except that one.
Sarah is the one that is said to have been working with Mr. O'Sullivan. Am I right?
Yes, you are very right.
Yes, I think we should. I would support the proposal that lady should be invited. And my reasons, in addition to those who are making that suggestion, is that she is heavily implicated as part of the team that O'Sullivan was coordinating and leading to undermine the criminal justice system in our country. Heavily directly implicated, was part of the people who were on the car, who drove to somebody's house, was part of the people that was involved in generating certain information in order to advance certain agendas, working with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. So I think my own view is that I would support, there is a weight in the argument that she must appear before us and clarify her role, and maybe to some extent we'll also get to know this strange partnership between her and O'Sullivan in the work that they were doing in the criminal justice system. Thanks.
You're the last to speak from the ANC.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, the MKP.
Chair,
Thank
can
you.
I? Chair?
Honorable Nombalo.
How do you want us, Chair, to advance this? Two names have been raised by us, by the MK party, and one name has been raised by Honorable Mateus. So how do you expect us to approach this? Do we discuss on all the names?
You have motivated all your names. We know what your view is on those names. You can motivate the names that have been raised by other members.
And there's one name that has been raised by other members.
Yeah.
No, we agree, Chair. I think the reasons thereof have been properly advanced. There's no need for making any additions. I thought you are also going to allow us an opportunity to discuss further on the names that we submitted. But it's
No,
fine, Chair.
No, Honorable. If there is anything that you want to say, you are at liberty to say that.
No, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, what I wanted to say is that we must not, we must avoid at all cost applying a stagnant approach, because at the time when we took a resolution that this is a list that we are going to be guided by, there was no person who came before the Ad Hoc Committee to testify about the affairs of the Secret Service account. It's a new factor that has presented itself now after we took that decision. So we can't use a decision that was informed by certain circumstances to subvert new factors that have come in. We need to be flexible. The name of Mbalula, for instance, Mr. Mbalula, has been implicated in a serious transaction of 45 million, if my memory serves me well. So how are we going to proceed in making a determination in that regard if we want to completely overlook his version? So it means we're not going to make any finding. We're just saying we're just throwing this off the window. Because if we're saying we're going to take it further, Mbalula must come, Mr. Mbalula must come and present his case. Because remember, Mr. I forget his name, but he said even the former National Commissioner, I think Sithole, testified in his affidavit about the involvement of Mr. Mbalula in this request for purchasing the equipment for 45 million. So we can't overlook that, Chairperson. We can't overlook Mr. Mbalula's version. And if we overlook it, that means we're not going to talk about it in our report, because we can't talk about something which we have not tested. We will just say this is an allegation which was presented by so and so and leave it there. We're not going to make any determination. We're not going to make any finding of whether that allegation was true or not. And Chair, I think I want to echo what other members from the MK party have said. I think really it's peculiar to want to enter into a realm of playing politics when we're dealing with such sensitive issues. The game of saying, if you raise these names, then we're going to raise ours. I think that is very childish, Chairperson. And we undermine our very own mandate that we have. And we can't, I want to disagree with the Chief Whip of the ANC. The reason why this committee was established because these are serious allegations. These are explosive revelations that were made by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. So they did not require a normal oversight responsibility for a final determination. They required an ad hoc committee. That is why we were established. So we can't say for certain matters, we will wait for the president to come and appear and ask him during that time. Then that means we should have not called ministers because they also appear in parliament and respond to questions. The person who has a responsibility to respond to some of the issues here must come under oath because this is an investigation. And the unique aspect about it is that it's an investigation. Witnesses will come to testify, take oath before they testify. So I think it's really unfortunate and it's not fair for members, for South Africans and for us as members to say some of the issues must be put aside because the president will come before parliament and respond. We're just now reducing them, we're treating them as normal issues, whereas they are not. There was a specific reason for this ad hoc committee to be established. So, Chair, I think really when we're dealing with these issues, we must be factually, and I was agreeing with what the Chief Whip was saying. I think he was making an eloquent point when you say, let's deal with them, not using a blanket approach. I thought he's providing some mature guidance to say, deal with them case by case and not be over political when you are dealing with them. Thank you very much.
Okay. The DA? No, Chair. I'm still here. I'm still here, Chair. Okay. I just wanted to say, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise my concern, and I'm very disappointed, Chair, that Honorable Sangoni as well. I mean, it's very clear, Chair. Now we are playing politics here instead of doing what we're supposed to be doing. You know, hiding behind that. All those people, if she wants those people to be called, they are ready to come. We should not be pointed at a gunpoint here to say, if you do this, we'll do that. No, this name was raised, and Chair, this matter was not closed. It's you who said that we will come back to these matters, and these matters have been raised by several witnesses. And now the issue of General Moodley, General Khan. If the ANC now, they are here to say as the ANC, not as members of this committee, their decision is that their view, unless they are pursued that again, let me tell you, we'll be wasting our time. Even with the issue of Minister Mbalula, we'll be wasting our time. I mean, we said it all here. Witnesses said it all. We said we're going to deal with politicians who interfered. It's only a Minister Senzo Mkhunu, and who else? And Minister then former Minister Bheki Cele. When it comes to politicians, when it comes to us as politicians, no, these people are untouchable. Because former Minister Mbalula is now the Secretary General, perhaps there's so much to defend on this matter. There's a serious matter here. As I was saying earlier, that we had 2 today submissions which were accepted by this committee, Vuma and the other one. No squalms about that. But when it comes to this issue, people are getting PP. No, we can't, because you know what? This one, call them. If you feel that it will make a difference, you can name them. You are allowed to do so. But you can't say to me, when we raise a name, then you going back. We raised these names, and those other names were raised. But you did not follow them up, which means you are saying they are not important for them to come here. If you want to call Nhlanhla, call Nhlanhla. But we cannot be told they are held at ransom or being blackmailed. Because we are blackmailing South African. South African wants to know the truth. It's not about the ANC. It's about the people of this country. This country comes first. This country comes first. And when people are being implicated, then now we must get a big submission. Witnesses said it's an allegation. Everybody who came before us is an allegation. And in the system, if you say the president will address us when he comes to parliament, you know, I don't want to go there. The speaker will give you a 2 minutes or 60 seconds to ask, and the minister will respond the way you are. I can give you an example. Escopa, one of the ministers, said, "Yeah, I agree with you, but you know those things you are talking about, you'll do them when you are in government. You are not in government. You are an opposition party. You can't tell us what to do." I don't want to go there. We have an Ad Hoc Committee, which General Mkhwanazi has helped this country. We are coming to the end of it, but now we are playing politics. No. Please don't drag us into that. If you want to bring anybody, you feel that he has to come, raise it. Don't say that because we are raising these names. These names were raised, and this matter was not concluded. Let's not lie to the nation. We're told we are not finished. As Honorable Shongwe said, we said there's politicians, there's admin, there's subs, but hence I'm saying, even the issue of the judges, no one wants to touch it here. No one. It's only Umkhonto Wesizwe if you want to play politics, which raises the issue of the judiciary. No one wants to take. People have been complaining about the incompetence of the judge being captured, and all this. We are coming to the end of this. Honorable Chonga was correct. Correctional service, there were issues. We never call anyone. It's more police. We've mentioned here prosecutors. Nothing happened. Che. And it's disappointing because we are letting down South Africans and we are letting down General Mkhwanazi. The platform is here for us to do what is right. Hence, I was saying earlier as well, to say some of these witnesses, they must come. All those witnesses which were mentioned on our list, they must come. We must not be told they must write. You know, we had this, what do you call it, NGOs. They were given an opportunity. Let's give everyone an opportunity. And not hide behind, no, they'll write a letter. No. They must appear before us. Even if we have to work, we said we can work on Saturday. So be it. Now, Chair, from my side, I'm saying, please, I'm appealing to the members. Let's not play politics here. We have enough evidence. If that evidence is not enough, it's fine. Let the ANC do as they please. It's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Shoma.
Thank you, Chair. Angicalela, Chair. I think mawukhulumiswa ubuhlungu obuziswa abantu abavikela abanye abantu at the expense of South Africans ubuhlungu. So mhlawumbe ekukhulumeni kwami, Chair, angilifakanga igama elithi kuthiwe uMbalula utshontsha imali. Lento yokutshontsha kwaMbalula imali mhlawumbe yiyo engangenanga kahle.
No, Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
So I would like
on a
to
point
apologize.
of order. Chairperson, on a point of order. On a point of order. Honorable Shongwe is doing this for the second time and we respected his views. On a point of order, Chairperson.
Point of order taken.
Chair, Honorable Shongwe is again making aspersions. Incorrect aspersions, boss. There is no court of law that has convicted Mr. Fikile Mbalula of any theft of any money. And he's doing it again. Honorable Sangweni, address this matter. we thought it is on the rest. He has been continuing doing this thing. And it's incorrect for the record of Parliament. Because we're going to leave this meeting with a view that we've got a conviction against Mr. Mbalula. And there is no such a thing. There is a testimony and allegation that we're still testing. So Honorable Shonga must respect that, please.
Chair, may I?
You had that point that there is no court decision on Mr. Mbalula.
No, I think, Chair, the mistake here by Honorable Mola, let me speak in English, maybe you'll hear. You see, Chair, when you listen to reply or respond, you end up missing the point. My statement was saying, I was saying in Zulu, but I was saying in English.
Chairperson, point of order. Chairperson, point of order.
No,
Honorable
Shong,
can I finish my
Honorable Shong must just withdraw that he said Mbalula Utonje 47 million. There is no need for trying to contextualize anything. He must withdraw the statement he made. No, he must withdraw the statement. He said Mbalula Utonje 47 million. He mustn't try and create.
Let's not go there, please.
He must withdraw.
Be in charge of this meeting, please. Honorable Sangoni just come in without you giving her an opportunity. It's wrong.
Honorable Sangoni, you have called a point of order, isn't it?
Yes, I have, Chair.
I recognize your point of order now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the point of order I'm raising again is that Honorable Shonge, and I'm quoting directly, he said, Mbalula untonje 47 million. Now, instead of admitting that he said something he should not be saying because it has no basis to be said, he wants to go around and throw some explanations of why he said it. We are not interested in his explanations. He must withdraw the statement that he made about Mr. Mbalula stole 47 million, and he must withdraw it unconditionally because he is casting aspersions on a person and he has no right to do that, Chairperson. So we don't want him going around and trying to explain why he said it was wrong. He must just withdraw it.
Okay, next time when you call a point of order, you must wait for me to recognize you and allow you to speak.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I do apologize. Thank you.
Honorable Shonga, may you please withdraw that statement which you made?
Thank you, Chair. May I kindly, Chair, I make sense even to myself and the public of South Africa, not because I'm told to do so, with people who don't understand what I was saying and how I said it. Can I have that protection, Chair? And for that matter, I would say it in English so that it's easier to be understood.
You
Chair.
mean protection not to withdraw the statement?
No, Chair. Protection to get a chance to clarify what I said and apologize if there's an error, Chair. I do agree, Chair, that there is an error if I said so, because I haven't checked the record. But, Chair, I think if I may not use one word which is missing there to say allegedly, which in Zulu kuthiwe Mbalula untshontshe 7 to 47 million. If you can listen to them, Chair, they only speak of 47. They don't even speak of the 7 million I spoke about. So there's a listening error there, Chair. But I would like to apologize, sir, if I didn't use the word allegedly. But the statement I can't withdraw, Chair.
You did not use it.
Yes, Chair. I was furious, Chair, because I feel, Chair, South Africans are deprived of pure and honest service. Chair, go from day one when the ad hoc started. Where you find a Zuma name, you will find it only mentioned when we mentioned Cyril Ramaphosa's name, President Cyril Ramaphosa's name, apologize. So you only find that President Zuma's name is only used after we've mentioned President Cyril Ramaphosa's name. That means one thing, Chair. It means had we not touched President Cyril Ramaphosa's name, the entire ad hoc would never have President Zuma's name from the members of ANC. They only have that name because now it's a countermeasure. It's a revenge. Me, Chair, sitting here as a member of this committee and a South African citizen, I will not find the usage of President Zuma's name or being called in this committee credible, because I will know that it is only being called for one reason, that we mentioned President Cyril Ramaphosa's name. Chair, I would submit to you, as I promised, that I would write to you now to the submission of my motivation, because I was driving, I couldn't commit to this thing. But Chair, if we go back to from day one, you will only find one thing, that when it comes to that name, polls have been shifted forever. And again, Chair, we read that we're not listening to me. I stopped. But Chair, kindly be fair to us. This name must not be removed, and I can't withdraw something that I didn't say. I may have mistakenly not used the word allegedly. I apologize for that, Chair. But the name, I still stick to it. The statement, I still stick to it. I rest my case, Chair. I just feel sad and very, very bad for South Africans, Chair, that they will only be hearing the truth about Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa only when, Ubab Zuma, only when we touch the name of Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa. In other words, Chair, Zuma is clear and Zuma is innocent unless you touch Cyril Ramaphosa's name, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa's name. I apologize on that. Thank you.
The DA.
Sorry, Chair, I was just struggling to unmute there. Chair, our view is actually quite simple, and that is that we must determine who really is a material witness. We must have the legal team or the evidence leader indicate to us what is the substantial addition that any of these people would make to the evidence already presented. If none, then they shouldn't be invited. If they feel that they are material witnesses that should appear, or if they are individuals that they feel should appear, it should be indicated as such, and then we can move forward with that. I must say that we've already previously discussed all of this, and it does seem that we regularly regurgitate the same things despite decisions that the committee previously made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Cameron. Is it the only one speaking from the DA?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The EFF.
No, thanks, Chair. Sometimes we disagree amongst ourselves because the people who sponsor names don't give themselves time to, in a very, polite way, take us through each name and why. And sufficient motivation must be given as to why certain people should be called. I don't know Moodley. I hold no brief from Khan, but I'm still struggling in my mind. Why is Khan being called? Because I always try to just pay attention to hear, okay, what is the issue here, so that even when Khan comes, we should be ready, prepared, and all of that. I still can't find anything that suggests of anything that is different from what we have been listening to. So I don't think there is the basis for those two names to be called and occupy a space which could be occupied by someone who's helpful. That one of the PA of Paul O'Sullivan, I agree with, because there's been a lot of exchange between them. McBride, actually, it looks like it was used as a conduit in between the two. And what even motivates me more is that it looks like we're still going to have a huge battle with Paul O'Sullivan to come. So if we can get someone like that who worked and then was going between, even participated actively in some of the activities, impersonating IP and all of that. So there is something there to be canvassed with there. And perhaps he can even give us more, which we were not anticipating. I don't know why there's such a huge defense on Cyril Ramaphosa, on President Cyril Ramaphosa, because the Cyril Ramaphosa is not being called on the basis of him being implicated in a manner that is negative or anything of that sort. The whole original thing came from him. It originated from him. So it should have been called actually a long time ago. What was the intention? What was the objective? Why did you agree to this thing? And given what the minister did, are you also satisfied that that which you had assigned that must be attended to has been attended to, and so on and so forth? I think it's the right thing to do. You had deputy minister there. Okay. You had 3 people who were the most useless people, not as individuals, but for this purpose. The acting minister of police was of no purpose. He had nothing to do with this. Deputy minister of police, both of them, they had nothing to do with this. Didn't help us with anything. A person who originated this, he might not have called it a PTT, but he goes to a funeral of an ANC councillor in his ANC capacity, and then he says, from now onwards, we're going to deal with this problem of political killings in South Africa, in particular in KZN. Then I'll put ministers together. He put interministerial committee to work on what could be the immediate intervention, and then they give it to their operational guys, generals, DGs, and all of that. Then they conceptualize a concept which gives birth to PKTT, and then they go back to IMC, and then the IMC, obviously, they went back to the president to say that intervention we spoke about, that we think it can be framed in this way. And therefore, if you agree, this is how we're moving because we want to achieve the following. Then he gives it a thumbs up. Something that he gives a thumbs up gets dissolved during 31st of December, where everybody's in a different mood. Even if they pretend to be listening, as long as it's not festivities, they necessarily do not pay too much attention to that. And this has led to where we are now. And the argument from the minister is that, well, this thing has done its own thing. It's not even PKTT, it's NPKTT and all of that. So the president can help the committee to understand and have an appreciation of what was the expectation when you did this. And are you happy with how it unfolded? Are you satisfied that it has done its job? What is your comment on this or that? Because we are not a committee established by the president. And therefore, we can hold the president accountable. And when we hold the president accountable, it must never be seen to be something as if it's hostile, like, no, they are fighting. And if they are fighting with President Ramaphosa, we're going to throw in President Zuma, we're going to throw in Nhlanhla, and. So I don't think that should be the spirit. The spirit should be within, the understanding that this is the originator of this idea that has actually even brought us here as a country. So anyone who can be of help to us, and we hold the view that President Ramaphosa can be of a very, serious help to the commission. To the Ad Hoc Committee. In relation to Mbalula, I'm still not persuaded that there is anything that warrants Mbalula's appearance. If there is a new evidence of 47 million and then 7 million and we're not given anything material, except that the utterances were made, we can just write him a simple letter and say, there is this thing, what is your response? And based on his response, we'll determine whether he still has more to clarify or not. So I think that will be my take, but I fully agree that having canvassed this, it must still go back to our legal team, evidence leaders, to advise as to who do they think will be of value after listening to all of us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Can we move to Honorable Stolz? Yes, Honorable Stolz.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think as a committee we must stop coming across as inconsistent in our decisions. If we say just by your name being mentioned you should appear, then we should show the same energy when other names are mentioned during testimony. When Honorable Cameron, Honorable Breitenbach and others are mentioned, there's no energy. The same energy is not there to call them to appear just by virtue that their names were mentioned. Yet it also amounts to an allegation of political interference. So in order for us to preserve our integrity as a committee, then let's subject the names of former Minister Fikile Mbalula, General Khan, and General Mudli to a legal assessment, like we did with the names of Honorable Breitenbach and others. This is the only way we're going to restore procedural integrity. That's the reason why we must take that approach with those three names. And it allows the committee then to say that our decisions are based on the law and the materiality of the witnesses, rather than making it appear like it's based on political negotiations behind closed doors. There are issues that His Excellency, our President Ramaphosa, must clarify. And equally so, there are many issues our former president, President Zuma, must clear up. For example, why he appointed General Mkhwanazi as acting national commissioner whilst in a junior rank. However, we must remain consistent and have both our current and former president submit written statements as we agreed. Let's remain consistent. And the committee, of course, reserves the right to call for oral testimony from our current and former president if we deem the written submissions not to be clear and in the interest of justice for them to clarify orally after considering their written submissions. What makes the matter of Sarah Jane Trent different is in the fact that we don't need legal assessment there on whether she needs to appear or not, because one, she's closely associated to Paula Sullivan. She's literally been the facilitator of most of these alleged events. And in 2017, the matter of fraud and corruption by the NPA, she's listed as accused number 1. So she's definitely a person of interest, and therefore, she must come before us. I rest, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Stolz. The last speaker is Honorable Wessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also start where the Honourable Stolz left it with Ms. Trent. I absolutely agree. I think she is material, and I agree with her inclusion and with calling her to testify. With regards to the other mentioned names, Chair, any ad hoc committee like us, and in the nature of an ad hoc committee investigation, you will always reach a point where there's a lot of matters which you can't attend to yourself anymore, but where the recommendation to the National Assembly can and should be for other committees to further scrutinize. And there will be such matters. We don't have endless resources. We don't have endless time. I do agree with the assertion to say that let's ask the evidence leaders to look at the three generals that were mentioned and see if what their opinion on their materiality with regards to our investigation is, and if we should include them or not. And then with regards to the President Ramaphosa, the issues raised by Honorable Malema are valid, but I do think that a written submission by President Ramaphosa can address those questions with regards to his decision-making and how he can assist us with regards to the PKTT, the establishment and disbandment and his opinion thereof. So I do think that I support the notion that it's a written submission. I'm also not convinced, Chairperson, that there will be any significance to what we are busy with and our core mandate to call former Minister Mbalula. I agree that would be unnecessary. So in short, Chair, I agree with calling Ms. Trent, and I agree with the written submission by President Ramaphosa, and then the three generals to ask the evidence leaders to give an opinion on the viability and materiality of what contribution they can make to our core mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. This has been a very contentious debate, but I want to thank you so much for the maturity that you have shown dealing with this matter, and that's why we always look forward to meetings of the Ad Hoc Committee, because every time there is a meeting of the Ad Hoc Committee, when you come out of that meeting, you are wiser in a better way than before. I want to thank you so much for that. And, the principles that have been laid here by members, that we need to be consistent, but we should also show integrity with how we do our work. And to summarize your discussions, honorable members, there is general agreement that Sarah Jane Trent must be called to appear before the committee, and the Secretariat must look for a way to schedule her appearance. And the legal team as well can start contact with her for consultations. And there is no agreement that Mr. Fikile Mbalula must appear before the committee. I think the committee reiterates its stance that up to now it is not convinced that Mr. Fikile Mbalula must appear before it. And neither there is no agreement on General Khan and General Motley that they must appear before the committee. And the feeling of the committee is that those names can be sent back to the legal team for assessment. And I think the legal team will do that informed by the discussions that ensued in this meeting. And lastly, there is the name of President Ramaphosa, where there is a feeling that he could come, or he could write a written submission. And members understand that the president is
Point
the
of
head.
order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order?
Chair, when you say that we agreed in the matter of the president writing or whatever. I think the proper statement would be some members agreed, some members did not agree. It's not an enormous that.
I say
just wanted to be clear.
I must rule the point of order to be a point of disorder, because I have never said we agreed. I say there is a feeling that the president should come before the committee, or the president must write a written submission. That's what I'm saying. I'm summarizing the views of the meeting, and there is no need for you, honorable member, to be agitated because you are going to hear what I have not said.
No, Chair, when you say, oh, there must be one thing, we agree or we don't agree, period, like others.
No. May you please allow me to conclude the summary? Please. There is that feeling. And because there is no general agreement amongst the members, I'm persuaded by the latter four speakers, Honorable Cameron, Honorable Malim, Honorable Sols, and Honorable Vessels, that these three names, General Khan, General Moodley, and the name of the president, will be forwarded to the legal team for assessment. And the legal team, based on the materiality of facts that would have been presented before the committee, will then conduct that assessment of these potential witnesses.
Chair.
And come back and report to the committee, including suggestions on whether they will want them to make a fiscal appearance or written submissions.
Well, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Sols.
Yeah, just to clear up my submission, mine was that the three names, Honorable former Minister Mbalula, General Khan, General Moodley, must go for the legal assessment. President Cyril Ramaphosa, I said we must maintain a written submission for both himself and former President Zuma as agreed before. That was my submission, Chair. Just for clarity.
Yeah, I'm giving the aggregate of your submissions, because it may be very difficult for me if I summarize the submissions of honorable members one by one. The reason why I do this is because I want us to be objective and hold true to the principles of consistency and integrity. So let's subject those names to the process as the latter four speakers have proposed. And then the report will come, and it will accordingly be considered by the committee, and then a decision will be made. Agreed, honorable members?
Noted, Chair.
Okay.
Agreed that those three names will be submitted to the legal team, though I don't have confidence in the legal team as on controversies. But let them do whatever they have to do. We've seen it with this non-government,
May I persuade you to understand that the comment that you make is unnecessary. Let's not put our faith in a person. Let's put our faith in a process.
It's not a person, it's a legal team. No, not a person.
That's exactly what I'm saying, that let's put our faith in a process, because process than personalities will save all of us. We have put a process in place. All of us, let's support that process and see what outcome the process will produce. There is none of us here who can present himself or herself as an angel or as a demigod. All of us are human beings, and none of us is infallible. But if we put a process in place and buttress that process with principles, the principles are the ones that will lead the process to produce the desired results. Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm not sure if this is the last issue. If there was another matter afterwards, I was going to request that we raise a point. The Chief Whip was to canvass that point. Unfortunately, he's just disconnected now. Luckily, I see the name of Honorable Kola Barnett. Perhaps by the time she finishes, maybe the Chief Whip, with your indulgence, would still be able to come in, Chair.
Yeah, I'm back.
This was the last item. Remember, we combined the three submissions of Honorable Skosana, Honorable Shongwe, and Honorable Matthews.
Thank you. He's in now, Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's hear the hand of Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you very much, Chair. Looking at the proposed program for next week, I see that I would now be scheduled for Wednesday. Is it not possible? Wednesday is extremely booked up for me. Is it not possible that we meet as usual on Tuesday, the 10th, and rather do those interviews then?
Yeah, discuss it with Mr. Tejana and the legal team, the advocate.
Oh, okay.
Because the amendments or the additions of witnesses that have been made. That is why when we started,
yes,
with due respect, Honorable Barnett, I said, let's focus ourselves to the events of this week, because from next week, the program is likely to be impacted by the decisions that we would have made. And now, if you remember, we acceded to the proposal of Honorable Souls, Honorable Malema, and we have now added the name of Ms. Sarah Jane Trent. So it means whatever would have been proposed for next week, I cannot say it with certainty, but consequentially, it's going to be impacted by the decisions that we have taken. And so it means the Secretariat and the legal team will have to go and sit down, including whatever matter you may want to raise with them. You are free to do so. Raise those matters with them so that whatever the proposal that they will be bringing back on the timetable must be a proposal that incorporates the decisions of this meeting. Is that appropriate?
Excellent. Thank you so much. I do apologize for missing the start of the meeting. I was still in the air. That's the only reason I raised this, but I'll certainly take it up with them. Thank you for your consideration.
You are forgiven, Honorable Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Comrade Chair, and my apology for being out. I'm not sure what is the problem because I'm stationed in one place. Chair, I want to come back to your summary because I agree with you that the rest of the other people whose names were mentioned must be subjected to an assessment by the legal team. I have no problem with that. But I don't agree with that summary in the case of the president. And let me explain why I don't agree with it. The other people who are referring to, we are not very certain about, okay, we may be having some ideas about their participation in the process, but they may not have had as a particular authority, including being incumbents now, as the president is, for them to have a role then and today about what is happening with the PKTT. So my firm view proposal, Chair, is that we more or less know what we want the president to answer, and he needs to answer those questions. I don't think we must subject the president to the assessment by the legal team. Not because of the argument that was advanced earlier on by one of my colleagues, which I don't agree with, about the legal team. I think we just have to spell out what the president needs to answer, some of which has already been said in this meeting. And then the legal team must write to the president on our behalf and say, President Ramaphosa, we would like you to answer the following question, then submit to us an affidavit. On the basis of which, once we receive the affidavit, we can then decide what to do with that affidavit, if it does or does not answer the issues we want to, the questions that we would pose to the president adequately. And lastly, in the same way that Honorable Vessels was saying, he is quite correct. It's not possible that this committee is going to conclude all issues. Some of the issues are going to have to be deferred to the Portfolio Committee on Police, Portfolio Committee on Justice, and the intelligence. It's inevitable whether we like it or not. But I don't think that it's appropriate for us to say the president must go for an assessment. He's a sitting head of state now. We know what he needs to answer about the appointment of the task team and many other issues that colleagues might have. And to clap him for an assessment, I don't think that that is going to help the situation, because some of the questions that the president has to answer, we have to be certain that those questions are answered long before our cutoff date. I mean, our lifespan come to an end in February. So I really want to persuade you and the meeting otherwise about the referral of the president in particular. Let's write to the president tomorrow and ask him to respond to whatever questions we want him to respond, such that by the end of the week or early next week, we've got responses from the president, because those responses are, in my own view, very fundamental to the conclusion we may have to make about certain issues that were presented to us. That's the firm proposal I wanted to make. But to refer him to the assessment, I don't think that I don't think we should be treating him the same way as others. Not because he's the president, but because of the weight of what we want him to clarify as the president, as a sitting president.
Okay. So you have heard my summary, Chief Whip. And this is the summary of the discussions in the meeting. And you are now introducing a motion to say that we have heard what members have said, but on the part of the president, this is the motion that we are moving. That the legal team, if it is mandated, it will be to go and draw a list of questions. Some of them might have been raised in this meeting. Am I correct?
That's correct. That is a firm proposal I'm putting on the table.
And then that list of questions be sent to the president for written responses, like other members in this meeting have expressed the possibility of a written response. So I'm now going to circulate this motion for members to express themselves on. You have tabled it. Can I check, Honorable Sangoni, if there is anybody outside the ANC except the Chief Whip who want to speak on this motion?
We fully concur with the Chief Whip, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MKP.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. I'm speechless. Hence, I said earlier to you when you said written, or I said there must be one thing. It's either it's written or it appears before us, and not being told he'll come to, because the president always come, he will address us at some other time. If the president, if it's been defended not to come to us, so be it. Let it be clear. But the Chief Whip is contradicting himself. He said he's a sitting president. It's not right. And he's saying, no, if we treat people equal, let's not even utter that way. That is a sitting president. It's a sitting president. If you say that, then it means it's not equal to others. It reminds me of Mandela, who appeared when Louis later took him to court. He went there because he didn't want that to say he's more important than anyone else. So let's not do that. If the ANC feels she must not appear or other members agree, in particular the GNU, because here I can tell you the GNU they play here. But it's fine, Chair. Whatever you decide, if you want to write a letter, you can write a love letter. It's fine, Chair. Thank you.
No, you are correct, Scosi, that you are speechless. Yeah. You are correct. I think I agree with you that you are
But Chair,
speechless.
we are not defending you. You allow them, Chair. You allow your members of the ANC to come
what are you
in.
doing? What are you doing, Honorable Nhlanhla?
Thank you.
We have emphasized the principles that govern us in our meeting.
Turn right onto First Street.
And I can tell you, Honorable Nhlanhla, it was
In 200 meters, turn left onto Second Street.
it was indecorous of you to make that remark. Honorable Nkosana, can I check if we still have a speaker from the MKP?
Chair, Honorable Mola can withdraw and apologize to Honorable Nkosana before we proceed, Chair.
No, but Chair, apologize what? It's Honorable Nkosana who said, Chair, I'm speechless.
No, Honorable
It's his sentiments. So what must I apologize? I won't do that.
No, Honorable Nhlanhla. The honorable member has requested that you apologize, and I think it is not appropriate of you to speak on that motion
300 meters.
even before the chairperson makes a decision. May you please apologize for the remarks that you made after Honorable Nkosana has spoken.
Chair, I apologize for speaking without being recognized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Salo. Ubaba uNqola usho ukuthi Chair uchaza ukuthi nawe Chair lento oyikhulumayo ayikho le ukuthi umkhuzi into engekho. Ngoba you only apologize for ukuthi ukhuluma ungambizanga. So lento ayisho kubaba uSkhosana futhi uthi wena nobaba uSkhosana lento enikhulumayo nje ayikho nje enhloko. Bekukuhle Chair apologize lento ekhona nje le ayishilo ukuthi uthenga ubaba uSkhosana. Sikwazi nje ukuya phambili simiso ubaba uNqola ngalento leyo sikwazi.
Are you done speaking, Honorable Shongwe?
On that note, Chair, yes, but with others, with the topic, no, Chair.
Turn right onto Snake
Okay,
Road.
may you speak on the item that is before the meeting.
And then, okay, Chair, I take respect, Chair, what angizobuya siyikhulume le. And ama ngikhuluma into ebhedile ke ningangiphuzi, Chair. Ngoba kuyadlula ezintweni la ekhaya sengiyabona mawuyi ANC kuyadlula ku. Chair, I totally disagree with inkulumo ka Chief Whip Baba Ntuli. Honorable Ntuli, I feel ukuthi this is protection to President Ramaphosa ukuthi he must not come to the committee again. Chair, if we were to say let's write those questions to Babu Ramaphosa, I for myself, speaking for myself, deployed by Mkhwanazi and our members of Mkhwanazi as well, we have a lot of questions to ask the president. And Chair, it is not easy for us to catch if the president is not telling the truth if we write it down, because it will be prepared. Makahleli lapha ngwami Chair ngizombona uma iqamba iphutha noma ekhuluma amanga ngizosheshe ngimbona hayi useqamba amanga ke manje. Ngixolise ngithi usekhuluma iphutha. So Chair, I think it's much helpful ukuthi President Ramaphosa appears to be with committee. Singalimithwa into writing few questions. We have a lot of questions regarding the PKTT, which he is the head of. So, Chair, if we equate this thing to a motion now that says no, let's only write, and at the same time, it must not be subjected to the process that you say we must respect. The process now is the process is now being used in a way we must not now say he's special than other people like Melanga Achekwe legal team. That's unfair, Chair. He's a human being, he's our leader, yes, in the parliament, but chair, let it be ukuthi if sihlulekile ukuthi sithi must appear, let the process be followed and the system esetshenzisiwe ifane. It can't be chair ukuthi suddenly sekumele treatwe special. Why? For what reason? Because we need those questions answered, chair. In fact, we should be simply saying aga appear as soon as possible. Chair, I can tell you for free right now. Honorable former PP Mkhwanazi can come tomorrow. You can just tell us to when Tim Letenin. But nothing can come tomorrow. It won't be an issue. We won't even defend it. But chair, this defense of defending what is a sitting president must come and subject himself to the people he says his accounts to in front of. Bese sivala ngathi makunje kuthiwa akeze kuvalwa konke ngapha nangapha. No chair, iphutha lelo. Ngicela silungise chair. Mawukuthi ayale amagama wayekele la aya khona. But it will be fair nje ukuthi eza zohlala nathi semhlaba imbuzo. Ngiyabonga chair.
Are you done, honorable member?
Yes, chair, ngibongile chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Cameron.
No, nothing further, Chair. Yeah, nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The EFF.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think that Honorable Ntuli made an extremely dangerous statement, trying to justify why the president can attend and say we can't subject him to legal what because it's a sitting president and all of that. What's that? What's that? Anything else that Matala got subjected to, the president can be subjected to that. There's nothing special about being a sitting president. Nothing at all. You must never come and impose those things that you do in your parties into the parliamentary processes where we're all equal. It's not a party meeting here. It's a parliament sitting, ad hoc committee, calling South Africans to come and appear before it. So to come and tell us that it's a sitting president and then therefore we can't subject him to what, for what? It's even worse because he is the one who initiated this thing. He needs to come and account what was the rationale behind it. What was the intention about it? What were its strategic objectives? Did we achieve that? There is an allegation that this thing that you said, this intervention that you said must be done, is a wasteful expenditure, it's useless and all. Do you agree with that? Has it achieved? You cannot do that through letters. When he talks to us in a manner that will be engaging with him, it's effectively clarifying South Africans. And he may not be in a position to do it in a much more effective way through a letter than to appear before the committee. So I don't know which rule are you using. I don't know which rule are you using that says the president may not be subjected to this or that. We never said anyone must be subjected to any legal processing. We said the three names must be subjected to our legal team and evidence leaders who must come back and say, we think the most effective way will be to make a submission, or we think here there is concrete issues that warrant a person to appear physically. And we'll take it up from there. That's when we said other people must also be referred to for a final decision to be taken. Of all the names we've raised here, all those names are the same as the name of President Ramaphosa. And there's nothing special to be told that he's a sitting president, therefore he can't do 1, 2, 3. So if President Ramaphosa can't do that, let's not all do it. We must all not do it. Why must others do these certain things and someone, because he's a sitting president, he can't do certain things? That's why we are where we are with Phala. Exactly that attitude. Exactly that attitude, that when there is a wrongdoing, people get to be treated differently. from other people. We must never create a problem of dictatorship which has collapsed states in Africa. A democratic state will warrant that all of us subject ourselves to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And no one is above the Constitution, including the judges. We are all the subject of the Constitution, including the president. And Honorable Skhosana is right to give the example of President Mandela. He likes going around President Ramaphosa saying he's mimicking President Mandela. But when it comes to critical issues, he doesn't want to apply the same principles of a man that he says he's following in his footsteps. There's nothing unconstitutional that we're suggesting here. If anything, the ANC chief whip proposal is partisan and is unconstitutional and sets a wrong precedence that presidents can be treated differently from how other citizens are being treated. No, we're all equal before the law. And your suggestion is right. To say refer to the legal team, you're simply saying we're getting some opinion on, some advice on whether really should he come, should he make a submission on this one. Do you think you'll add any value or things like that? And then they come and then tell us. And sometimes we don't like their advice. We still rule against their advice. So please, we cannot, as the basis of not asking the president to appear and say we are not doing it because he's a sitting president. That is extremely out of order and unacceptable. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Malema is correct when he stresses the Constitution has given us as Parliament the powers of oversight over the executive. So the President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, based on our Constitution, must account to us if necessary. So it is true that it's incorrect to say that he cannot be subjected to such. In the same breath, Honorable Malema is inconsistent because earlier on the subject, Honorable Malema said that the President, the nature of the questions that he should answer should be answered in writing. Honorable Wessels came and supported and also gave a little breakdown on the explanation Honorable Malema has given. So it is this that I'm asking the committee to guard against. We must remain consistent. Therefore, in the spirit of ensuring the procedural integrity of our committee, and we maintain consistent, we have agreed as a matter of procedure, not politics, not emotion, we've agreed the President will submit in writing. There's no reason to change that now. So from our side, we maintain President Ramaphosa must make his submission in writing. The legal team should provide those questions that we deem necessary for clarity on our part. And then, of course, based on the Constitution, we reserve the right that upon reading that written submission from the President, if it's vague and we require clarity on a matter, we have a constitutional right to call the President to account and clarify orally if need be. But let's remain consistent. It's for that reason, Chair, that I maintain the submission. The President should give a written submission. Thanks.
But Chair. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Malema. I want to take Honorable Wessels.
Yeah, before you go before you go there, a person can't just distort me in my presence.
Yeah, let's do like this, Honorable Malema. Let's allow Honorable Wessels to speak.
No,
And
but I don't want to come in through those things of point of order and all of that.
I very much agree with you. We will give you time if there is any matter that Honorable Sols has said that you want to clarify.
I think the rounds
We
are
will give you that opportunity to clarify.
Okay.
Let's allow Honorable, because he's the last speaker on this item.
Continue on to drop off zone road.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think for the sake of progress, we should request the President to make a written submission as soon as possible, because as the Chief Whip also said, it's pertinent that we get those clarity on those issues as raised previously in the meeting. And then, Chairperson, as the Honourable Sols also said, the legal team can then scrutinize the answers that we receive, the written submission, the affidavit that we receive. We can scrutinize it and then make a decision. So I don't think we should be hasty in saying that it's one or the other. Let's first get the written submission for the sake of progress so that we have something as soon as possible, and then we can scrutinize it further, evaluate it, and make a decision then based on the contents thereof. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Vessels. Let me go back to Honorable Malema to clarify the matters that he wishes to put on record.
Chair, there's nothing inconsistent that I said. I'm saying the President must appear. That is my view, and that is the view of the EFF. The President must appear. However, I listened to your summary, and I said, I will respect your summary that suggests the President's name will be amongst the names that are going to be sent back to the legal team, and then not legal team or evidence leaders. Then they will advise as to who, according to what they have, should appear and who should submit an affidavit. But my first prize, which is the President must appear, I will want the President to appear, but I respect the summary you gave earlier until your Chief Whip came to contradict you and contested you and said to you, you can't subject the President to what you are saying he must be subjected to. So that's when I came in. But otherwise, if you ask the EFF position, he must appear. And if we're voting, we're going to vote for him to appear. But we took your counsel when you said, let's refer it to the legal team or evidence leaders. They will advise as to who must appear, who must send the affidavit. Then you were told the Chief Whip is off the line, is not online, but there's something wants to address you about it. There's something wants to address you about. And then when he comes back, he contradicts completely what you summarized on. And that's what makes us to make this kind of inputs, because despite the fact that we had an original position, we respected your summary. Now we're being brought back because someone was not even online to hear your summary, came back, there's a space was booked for him. No, they want to address you on this. Then when they come, they say something else that a South African who happened to occupy the office of the president is not equal to the rest of us. That's not what I never contradicted myself. I said this is an EFF position, but we're in a meeting. We come from different political formations. The chair will give the summary. Even if we don't like it, we have to respect it. And that's what I said. I respect your summary. But that he must submit an affidavit without being subjected to what you said he must be subjected to on the basis that he's a sitting president. That is nonsensical. It's unacceptable. That I don't agree with. It can't be the reason why we say he must submit an affidavit. The reason can't be he's a sitting president. Never.
Yeah. Okay, Honorable Malema. Honorable members, I have come to the end of the rotation of the motion that Honorable Nduli has presented here. That instead of referring the name of the president for assessment, at the legal team, let's take an option that says the legal team will go and compile a list of questions flowing from the deliberations of the meeting, and maybe members may also have to be, I don't know what the procedure will be, members will also have to be given a chance to enrich those questions or to empower the legal team on the list of questions that must be sent for written reply. So the motion was circulated, and then the ANC supported the motion. The MKP does not support the motion, and the DA did not express its view clearly, because Honorable Cameron said they stand by what they said, meaning they would have still agreed to the proposal that has been made, even though they have not said it. And then the EFF disagrees with the motion. The PA supports the motion, and the Freedom Front Plus Honorable Vessels supported the motion. So what it means is that the motion will stand. We will request the legal team to go and compile that list of questions, and then also request the parties to forward the questions they have to the legal team. And maybe the procedure may be that before the questions are sent out, the legal team will have to circulate them with the committee to see what is being asked, and if the committee is satisfied that the questions represent what it desires to have being raised with the president. And then in the event a response comes, like Honorable Sols has suggested, the committee is not happy on the responses that would have been given, then the committee reserves the right to decide on any further action. That brings us to the end of the items that we were discussing. Honorable members, we will handle those issues in that way, including the decisions that we have taken in respect of every item that was presented before the committee today. Do we still have any other matter that any of our members want to raise? Okay, in the absence of those, I'm unfortunately going to call the meeting off. And thank you for your participation in today's meeting. Let's meet tomorrow. We are starting at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Part aside.